The fastest code is no code. That's why Google uses open source code. If Google doesn't have to write the code, then, like, they didn't have to write it. It's like the same thing as optimization. Like, copy on write means like you make a copy only when it's written to. So you save memory and time by not making a copy every single time. So like optimize making profit and not having to spend money. Google, Microsoft, they like host open source stuff, they promote open source, but they don't make marketplaces where you can sell stuff. Because they don't give a single fuck about anything. And they shouldn't have to, because who cares? It's their company. They do what they want. I gotta like find like the companies I want to support, and then the ones I don't want to support. I need to get something done. This computer takes forever to start up. So like capture cards, they're pretty much a joke. I don't understand. Like it's not that hard to capture video and send it with like yeah. Gotta pay like $2, $3, $4, $500 for like a high-end capture card, and still not even like perfect quality. I got like these stupid things on Amazon, and like they're garbage. It's like some fake ass gold that like rubs off. But like I gotta like test if these work. Oh, I'm so lazy. And I don't want to solder stuff. I always get cut. I always like get burned. Something always happens. But I gotta like plug in a stupid dummy HDMI to like spoof the video card and then send the video over, and then send the video over from a different source of HDMI, so I can like send a whole connection to do that digital handshake, because apparently the capture card needs like a digital handshake. think it's pin 19. Oh, which one is it? So there's a pin used for Ethernet, and then they updated the standard, and then it's used for connecting and for Ethernet. And it's like multiplex or whatever. So I have an offline computer, I'm not plugging that in. So I like spoof it and send the video. Because right now I have like HDMI to like analog, then back to HDMI, it's blurry. And even when I get it using HDMI, it's still gonna be blurry. It's absolute shit. I think it's HEC, I think that's HDMI Internet Controller or something.
HEC, HDMI Ethernet channel. The HEC feature uses 2 pins from the connector, a previously unused pin and the hot plug detect pin.
Yes, the hot plug detect pin is used also to connect the internet to the HDMI. Wow, that's really convenient. It's fucking ridiculous. I just want to plug in the video capture. I don't want to like... Everything's stupid. And then like if you want to like sell a product, if you want to sell code, if you want to sell typography, if you want to sell anything, it's like, hey, let's all just do open source forever. We can all do open source. Isn't that amazing? Who the fuck would want to sell something, make money, or have it not be stolen? That'd be stupid. Let's just all do everything for free. Isn't that right, Microsoft, Google? Stupid fucks. These companies are literally the worst. And no one said they had to be good, like good companies. Like it's on them. So like they can do whatever they want to do.
Google has a game store to sell games. Microsoft sells games too, like Xbox, and has game passes. And then Google has a font market where it's all free, can't sell fonts. And then Microsoft bought GitHub and they don't let you sell code. Because that would be pointless because everyone can see the code anyways, correct? Mostly, but one important correction. Google Games, yes. Google Play sells paid games, subscriptions, DLC and app purchases, etc. Microsoft Games, yes. Xbox sells games and subscriptions like Game Pass. Google Fonts. Google Fonts itself gives its catalog away under open source licenses. But fonts cannot be sold equals not quite. Google Fonts specific OFL fonts cannot be sold by themselves. But commercial font licensing absolutely exists. Microsoft GitHub. Microsoft acquired GitHub in 2018. But GitHub does not prohibit selling software code simply because source is visible. GitHub has private repositories, and Microsoft Marketplace lets companies sell software services. Your underlying distinction is important. So you're saying that Google and Microsoft are selective. They choose what to sell, what can be sold, then they ensure that the rest ID free, yes or no? Yes. Broadly, they choose different business models per product. Games sell them, cloud services sell them, proprietary software sell license it, open source projects often give code away. Google Fonts free catalog. GitHub hosts both free open source and paid private code. But not everything else is free. They decide case by case based on licensing plus business model plus economics. This, but not everything else is free. They decide case by case based on licensing plus business model plus economics. Lol. That's called for free. There is no licensing model that does not benefit the person that actually holds the fucking license. Laughed my ass off. The license benefits everyone using it when it's Microsoft or Google making the licensing, like with fonts and shit. Yeah. I get point. This is a lie. Yeah. I get point. You don't get the point. OpenAI and Google and Microsoft will get the point. If everyone leaves to a new platform that covers all the gaps they benefit off of, so the developer actually has fucking rights, they will have no customer base. They have no customer base now. They literally make Avertion's shit free for use, then use it to sell used media and video games. Microsoft, Google, and OpenAI will get fucked. If a new system comes out parallel to this shithole electronic marketplace and digital right and shit.
Everything is literally so stupid. Oh, I had a headache. Can I get something done? Oh, I like find and replace. Man. I think it's like these 4 properties, whatever. I had to like get wrapper functions in place to put all the property accesses behind the scenes, and then have it call a function that accesses properties. Yeah. And then toggle it between the old code and the new code. And everything will be like rerouted to new shit. And I won't have to like track down individual properties, just like click a single toggle, not click, just like set 0, 1, whatever, or any value. And then like pick between old routine or new routine. Oh, this is so boring. I think it's like these 4, and then I think I got 1 done or something. This is so boring. Fuck. I just like cleaned a glass. I think there's soap in it still. Man. Oh, I'm the puke.
It's so you load the brain of the AI to a hard drive, then you set up a streaming protocol that scans the tag info to pull the data of the HD needed. Then as it loads into the 3-step process into your RAM and system RAM, it will be unloading. The prompt at the same time equals runs a bit slower but a lot less power usage and hardware to run it. That's why you have to use your advanced tag system, so it does not need to read the whole hard drive at once.
My batteries are dead, my keyboard. It's like the GPU, whatever, it's like,
The Vulkan API, for the FPU when making a new allocation, and picking to make it discrete graphics, which one makes the buffer on the RAM, then it is explicitly written to the GPU with the flush or whatever. MEMP, write CPU cache RAM, VK flush map memory ranges, makes writes visible to GPU.
So like to get like the memory into like the GPU, you gotta like it's this whole process, whatever. So like if it's on the hard drive, you still gotta get it to like the GPU. And then if you hold like a tag cache or whatever on the CPU, it still has to be in the RAM. Like I know what you're saying. I'm just like you'd have to like test it. Have you tried testing it yet? I forgot to check.
That's why you have to use your advanced tag system so it does not need to read the whole hard drive at once. My triple tire hybrid drive, the writing to it is slow but the read is faster than an SSD drive. It reads at 7,500 MBs a sec when an SSD reads at around 5,800 MBs a sec.
Is that the Raptor drives by like Western Digital?
No. I mean like triple tire hybrid drive. Is there a HDD or SD delete that, or is that a term used to explain a combination of hardware chain? Ah. You mean whether triple tire hybrid drive is an actual drive category name? No.
GPT is like pointless on every level.
How this works in practice. The HDD is an on-demand archive. Your 1 terabyte partition holds your massive libraries of documentation, chat logs, code files, or data entries. The tag index interceptor. When a query comes in, your Python router script running in versus code queries your lightweight SQLite index, which sits slightly in your 64 gigabytes RAM. The index says, this specific tag points to byte range 45,000 to 48,000 in filex. Targeted micro streaming. Instead of loading a 5 gigabyte file into memory, your script reaches out to the hard drive, grabs only those few kilobytes of precise text, and streams it straight into the prompt payload.
There has to be some form of like compression happening though. You can't turn 5 gigabytes of text into a few kilobytes. The AI is like mixing stuff up. You need to ask the AI to like give examples or whatever.
By keeping model weights or massive context histories off your active system memory until a precise trigger demands them, your VRAM and RAM footprint stays virtually flat, and your hardware components draw next to no active power. Like streaming. Instead of loading a 5 gigabyte file into memory, your script reaches out to the hard drive, grabs only those few kilobytes of precise text. There has to be some form of compression to make that 5 GB representable as pre-tokenized thing. And if it is, then it's already on the GPU, and there is no reason to load it.
So like AI is like, all right. So you have the GPU, right? You have like a compute You have shaders. You like fragments, whatever they call it. So like they make you pass in these memory buffers into the GPU and like get them into the GPU. And it's like, well, how do you get it into the GPU? Oh, you use Vulkan, the API made by the same companies that make the GPU. Ta-da!
Void mapped, VK map memory, device, staging memory, 0, size, 0, and mapped, mapped, matrix, size, VK map memory range equals, Desc type equals VK structure type map memory range, memory equals staging memory, offset equals 0, size equals size, VK flush map memory ranges, device, 1, and range, VK unmap memory, device, staging memory.
With the CPU, what you do is this. It's beautiful. You run stuff on the machine. This whole AI thing is absolute bullshit. It's because they need to make money. They can't make the cards faster. Their API is shit. This Vulkan API is so bad. Oh my god. The whole thing is like it's gonna fall apart. So like the AI thing is like they need to get stuff to the GPU and they have to use this like structure to communicate with the GPU. And everybody has to go through this fucking memory block buffer copy bullshit.
Void mapped, VK map memory, device, staging memory, 0, size, 0, and mapped, mapped, matrix, size, VK map memory range equals, Desc type equals VK structure type map memory range, memory equals staging memory, offset equals 0, size equals size, VK flush map memory ranges, device, 1, and range, VK unmap memory, device, staging memory. Make a ASCII diagram, as text, for this. But show as like CPU RAM, then CPU mapped staging buffer, then the GPU mem, then the call that tells it what kind of memory when it does the flush. And does the flush mean over the PCI bus always, or the pins are directly to the back of the CPU? Because I think the GPU has the normal PCI data bus access, along with the bus to the CPU directly, or can the GPU only communicate with the host, the CPU, and is not multiplexed with the rest of the PCI bus devices? The GPU is going to spit out the end prompt. It will be at the end of the pipeline. Can you tell the AI to make a diagram of the components and how it would look? Or actually, I could try that right now. I'm a little distracted. Sorry, I don't have any focus today. I can't focus.
Oh, this AI is so annoying. Oh my god, it's formatting every single thing I type. I can't open Sublime because like I have a bunch of windows. It's gonna crash the computer. Man, it's not possible to like. There's this freaking big gap at the bottom. You know, whatever. It's like a really shitty diagram. The computer, if it didn't have to do these like there are so many extra memory copies to get something from A to B, it slows the whole thing down 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12 times. And then it does it every single fucking frame or every time something changes. Because you can load stuff up when it goes game loading, like it's loading. But there's things that have to load as it runs every now and then. Well, not always. Usually the loading part, most of it's done. Loading in like the middle of the game's fucking, that'd be ridiculous. But it has to be done sometimes. Just, this stuff is so insanely ridiculous. The only reason like that they do it this way is because the CPU company owns the video card company, and the CPU instruction set, it's free, it's available, so they make money off the fucking GPU, and now they want to make money off the GPU, and they want the GPU to do more work, but they don't know how to like facilitate it. So like now they got like AI and shit, and then like that solves this whole situation here. Where now they are like the company that does the compute, and you pay for a compute. Because they gotta protect the code, because you can't do that. It's 2026, and all your stuff is visible. So like they gotta protect themselves from the environment that they created. That's insanity, right? That's actually fucking retarded. Instead of being like, hey, here's the machine code to use our device, it's like, hey, this is all black box, it's behind this, you can't access it, it's all like secretive. The only reason we make money is because we sell the same thing over and over. Just look at the CPU. These companies are so pathetic. And like, there is no reason why like this 17-year-old i7 computer can't run at maximum potential when I'm running Sublime Text. There's absolutely no reason. This is a 17-year-old first gen i7 with 32 gigs of RAM, and then it performs like it used to, like 17 years ago. It's got 32 gigs of RAM, has 4 cores, but Sublime only uses 1 core. So like the whole computer is sitting there. And cores, technically speaking, they're absolute shit. It's like, it's a buffer game. It's stupid. There are physical cores, they do different amounts of work, but there's like these bottlenecks that aren't even being reached because nothing's even using all the cores. And even when they use the cores, it turns into like this pathetic like attempt because you don't have enough control to do what you want, because the whole system's like I need to get my operating system done, and then like all these things can be like actually accounted for as you write a program. It is so difficult to like protect the operating system from hardware. Like I gotta come up with like some freaking annoying ass ways to do stuff. Everything is absolute bullshit. So like this is like a 17-year-old PC, 32 gigs of RAM, and like it's 2026. Did you know that? Can you believe that? I mean, programming, we still have text editors. The only thing that has updated is disassemblers. You can view the whole program map. You get all this extra shit. But when you're writing a program, legally, you're not stealing anything. It's like, oh yeah, you don't get anything. But if you want to steal program, that's where the money's at. And that's exactly what the fucking GPU company wants to avoid with fucking AI. And then the ironic part is that AI steals your stuff as training data. To fill up all these parts that go into the GPU for the AI, they need training data that comes from the general public, the people that they don't want stealing from them that they stole from us. So like all this stuff gets loaded up, whatever, general public train data and like these blocks of memory, and then they like, well, first it's in the motherboard RAM, whatever, as like a 3D matrix or like general public like a compute whatever stage buffer, or like a video buffer, like when you like load up a video and there's like multiple frames, you decode it, you put the JPEGs on there, because the GPU doesn't like automatically decode it. You gotta like decrypt it on the fucking CPU, and then like so all that stuff goes in memory here, whatever, general public train data, and then like they gotta like get it into the GPU. So then they do a staging buffer, because it's not protected, it's not safe to like just have you like send it over. So there's like a separate piece of memory that's still on the motherboard RAM. You gotta like copy it over there, because this thing is so poorly designed that you can't just like write to it directly, because there is no mechanism to actually time schedule this stuff. This whole thing is really actually just a time scheduling optimization fucking, like, if all this stuff was synchronized, time scheduled, it would be, oh my, it would be so fucking fast. It'd be like vroom, just, it would be so fast. And then you could control it, the speed, what's being used, and you could pick when things are paged, when they're not, when to like actually like control paging, or like you know when the hard drive light blinks, if computers still have that anymore. That wouldn't happen if you set it up and then you have like a real system. You could like actually set parameters and like schedule things and be like, you know what, do not page anything, just compute this. If it doesn't work, like it would have to page or stop or whatever. But like you could like actually set stuff up and then it would run, instead of like, oh, it's infinite memory on the fucking computer, and you pretend it's infinite memory, and then like everything's getting paged, written back, read in, written back, and you got like these fucking like weird ass buffers where everyone's using the same Vulkan API for the fucking GPU. This fucking shit API. The amount of effort that went into like making this API was bare minimum. The naming convention is so bad. Everything's a descriptor. It's a descriptor within a descriptor within a descriptor. Why does it always open in Krita? My god. Do you know how much work it takes to like say, hey, don't let this program open this. I want this program to open this. That takes a lot of effort. It's not even worth like figuring out. My operating system, I'm gonna fucking like have a little menu, a little diagram. You could like drag and drop and click and whatever, set up defaults. So that this stuff, when it happens, it's like, oh, let me just like adjust the settings. And you do it once. And then it remembers. Because that's the whole point of a setting, is to set it so it remembers it. Windows doesn't get that. And then it takes too much effort to change settings on Linux. And then they don't work half the time. It doesn't even forget, it just doesn't work. But on Windows it forgets. On Windows it like loses all the settings and it's like, hey, I clicked the setting to set the setting, not to like forget about it. Otherwise I would have not set the setting. Like this, the Vulkan API, it's literally made by the working group. The Vulkan, the same people that make the GPUs. They're the only ones that contribute. This is a shit API. All this stuff is ridiculous. But the problem goes all the way down. The problem is actually because the kernel, even Linux kernel, even if it wasn't originally intended, it turned into like, you know what, it doesn't matter. I can actually fix all this shit with my own shit. I gotta like get something done. It's like for the Vulkan or any API, when you get it to like OpenGL does the same thing, but it's like hidden behind the scenes or whatever. It's like more like wrapped in container stuff. So like it has the same stuff here, and then it has to copy it to the RAM. Technically, you know what? I'm not even gonna. There's an optimization they could do that. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it, but like this shit could be so fast. And it's so obvious how you could optimize that I'm not going to say it, because if someone happened to hear it, even though they're probably not listening, except they might be, who knows, they'd be like, oh, that's a great idea, let's just implement that. Oh, it's so obvious how this could be optimized. You'd be like, and then it's like, memory's already there. Oh, these fucking retards. They're way too invested in making money off stealing things to actually like spend legitimate time into making a working system. It makes no sense. I mean, what they're waiting for is someone to make a system that works and just take their spot. And that's literally what's gonna happen. Or not, what do I know? Maybe this makes sense, right? This makes so much sense, maybe I'm the idiot. Man, there's no character that works. I want like just that's like weird. It's like hanging off the arrow. Oh, whatever. That's good enough. I really need to focus, get something done, but like, and I also gotta check the chat. I'm like trying to figure something out. I cannot focus. I gotta figure out later. So I'm pretty sure chatbot's not gonna get what I'm saying. It's gonna like make a bullshit output again. So like, I want to like make it obvious that it's like, yeah, whatever. I don't want to read this. It'll take way too long. Physical copy of the motherboard RAM from the C program space to the shared memory mapped buffer that is in another range of the motherboard RAM because the idiots that designed this shit are idiots. 3/4 of the time is spent on doing redundant copies because they don't know how to schedule and optimize multiple programs in any way. Fucking garbage. For real, for real. And it's to slow down the old devices because the old devices are going to be slower memory wise. So if you have all these like extra memory copies, it's guaranteed to be like a newer device, and that doesn't hurt anyone. If anything, it like encourages to buy faster hardware, because then it increases these copy times. So like, but mostly because they don't know if it's coherent or not coherent. So like, is it on the device? Meaning, is it shared RAM? Does the GPU have access to RAM directly, or does the GPU have to go through the PCI bus or whatever? Fucking like there's so many layers. They don't know which one it is, so I make the API for both. So yeah, even though you set a bit to say which one it is, you still gotta do the same thing because because it's technically, but just this, it is so poorly designed. It's not even funny. So everyone does the slowest, most retarded way of communicating memory from A to B because it's about the GPU company protecting themselves from the developer so they can keep their shit proprietary and not let people access hardware directly. If people could access the hardware directly, then ray tracing would have existed 10 years ago. But instead, you gotta wait 10 years for them to be like, hey, we invented ray tracing. No. They didn't invent shit. They just took something from somewhere and they're like, hey, look, now we enabled you to have ray tracing. And everyone's like, oh, ray tracing, yay! God damn. Oh, it's so stupid. Protecting themselves from the developers so they can keep their shit proprietary and not let people access hardware directly. And it's licensing with Windows and all the other complex monopoly shit, so developers get to eat it all up. Yeah, that's the real world. This is fucking shit. And by cheating AI, I mean like, because it's not answering. I've specifically asked it what I'm asking. It knows what I want as an answer. And then it cheats by giving a shit answer, not really giving what I want. Why do I always, whenever I type it like, freaking E comes before K? It's because I'm lazy. I just want to hit the E key and get it over with and then hit the K key. I don't even know.
Yes. You wanted physical memory layout, not abstract data flow for your exact code. CPU, motherboard RAM, DART, DART MEMP, mapped, matrix, size, DART CPU physically copies bytes. CPU, motherboard RAM, VK flush map memory ranges, DART cache memory visibility operation. Consider diagram. Make a box for the GPU memory buffer to represent the space on the GPU RAM it will occupy. D or I thing. Don't just add to what I said. Make a full illustrated ASCII art diagram GPT.
So this is on the CPU side. So like on the CPU, you have your C program, copies it over to the RAM, another place on the RAM, redundant copy every single time. So it does an extra copy there. And then you got VK flush mapped. And then it's like, oh, just use threads and then have a thread handle these copies. And then like the main one can like do the main. No, we shouldn't need threads. This design is shit. Absolute trash. God, it's freaking pissing me off. So like, it's so much extra work. Like, really? I get freaking, man. And then it's a waste of fucking cores. So like VK, blah 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 blah, flash, CPU cache, device access. So like it's skipping this. It's not saying.
This device access to host RAM, complete that box. What CPU instru sitten is used for x86-64 on like a Ryzen 5 CPU for exactly whatever the newest one is used that as reference. A full diagram. Yes. You mean what actually happens at CPU instruction hardware level when GPU accesses flushed host memory, using Ryzen 5 9600X Zen 5 as reference. It is x86-64, C5.0, with integrated memory controller. C program matrix. Mempy. Roughly compiler generated loads plus stores. For example, VK flush map memory ranges. Not an x86 instruction called Vulkan flush. Driver performs required cache memory handling.
Oh my, is it just calling a memory fence? Are you fucking kidding me? They have a C function to call a memory fence on the CPU. There's no way.
This, what? CPU cache memory system. L1, L2, L3 memory controller writes become visible to device. Are they literally just calling MFENCE or some shit they call a memory fence? In the C function a whole voc an API function that just calls fucking. Leak a single fucking CPU machine code instruction that what like 6 bytes? One C function to call one machine code instruction.
So I'm trying to like, yeah, I'm like making what do you call it? Not accusations. I'm loading up the question, so it's gonna have to answer a certain way. So I'm like intentionally asking, not specifically correctly, to see what it's gonna like output. Because if I say exactly what I want, it's gonna give me what I want. It's gonna lie to me. And then if I say what I want, it might like pretend to go along with it and then just like say that's right. So if I ask it this way, maybe it'll like fucking trick it into like actually answering what I'm trying to fucking ask. Oh, it's such a waste of time. This fucking stuff is shit.
No, not simply MFENCE. That was wrong framing. VK flush map memory ranges is a Vulkan driver call. Vulkan specifies its required memory domain behavior. It does not specify one x86 instruction that implementation must use. On x86, MM's fence can matter for non-temporal stores, and Vulkan explicitly mentions that case. But that is only one piece of the implementation. The diagram. No, this is not the diagram. Update the fucking diagram. Stop copying out and saying think about IT this way. Fucking I gave you the damn parameter and a CPU reference to use when making the example output, so make that output. You cannot just cop out and change the framing, you shit AI. Vulkan driver. This is not defined as execute MFENCE. Driver performs whatever operations this memory mapping requires.
Oh, this is pissing me off. I'm done. I don't care anymore. I'm not gonna waste my time making this diagram.
x86 case. Ordinary cache stores normal CPU cache coherence machinery. Non-temporal stores Vulkan specifically says application may need MM's fence. Cache maintenance platform specific work implementation.
What does that even mean?
Host writes made available to device domain. CPU memory I/O fabric. Memory Controller Plus. See root complex.
That pisses me off, the fucking IO fabric. Because they're sending it over fucking, like, whatever that stupid thing is that connects one thing to the other thing, and it's pure data, and it's like as a transfer over, oh, it's the fabric. But it's not even that. The fabric, it means it's like software driven, not actual hardware shit.
GPU. Copy DMA engine. VKCMD copy buffer. Read. Read staging buffer. From host RAM. Motherboard RAM. Host visible staging.
I don't think it gave the right code example earlier. I think it, like, I don't care anymore. I need to, like, get this parser done so we can get back to this stuff. All this stuff is shit.
Read staging buffer from host RAM. Motherboard RAM. Host visible staging.
So there is a third copy. No, whatever.
GPU VRAM. Device local UBO buffer. What? GPU receives bytes. How the fuck does it just receive the bytes? Is the host visible staging in the bar range of the GPU memory mapping? Your diagram is bullshit. Yes, your bar question is exactly the missing piece. My previous diagram was misleading.
No, there's so many missing pieces, it's not even funny. I'm asking a concrete, solid question, and there is one answer.
For typical discrete GPU plus C, there are two distinct possibilities for host visible memory. Host local, host visible memory actual motherboard RAM. GPU accesses it through C, device local, host visible memory GPU local memory exposed to CPU through a bar aperture. This can be VRAM, not motherboard RAM. Vulkan explicitly allows both kinds. For the normal staging buffer pattern, Vulkan documentation recommends host visible staging memory that is not device local, then device local destination memory. So the corrected physical picture is
I need to throw in stuff about the vector table to keep it spicy.
No, is exactly the missing piece. My previous diagram was misleading. There are several fucking missing pieces. I am asking one single fucking question. There is only one answer. You know the CPU. You know the Vulkan API. Let's say it's on Linux. It's x86-64 clearly. You pick the motherboard to have that as a parameter for the PCI bus protocol with the CPU ISA and how IT communicates. If IT will use the vector table to like DMA things if that is relevant for this sentio or not. Make a legit diagram. Not made up. Bullshit. Yes. One concrete platform. No hand waving. Reference: CPU equals Ryzen 5 9600X Zen 5. Motherboard equals Asus ROG Crosshair X870E Hero. GPU equals discrete cGPU in primary C5.0x16 slot. OS equals Linux x86-64. GPU staging allocation equals host visible, non-host coherent. Host local RAM. Destination equals device local VRAM. Linux IAMU DMA translation may exist. Exact address translation depends on kernel IAMU configuration. Linux DMA addresses are not necessarily CPU physical addresses. Primary GPU slot is CPU connected C5.0x16 on this board CPU configuration.
This is the I/O fabric right here. You see this? This is called bullshit. I literally told it, do not give me bullshit. And then here, it goes, here's a line, and I'm not going to explain what's going on here. It even left it out. It chose to omit the things that I'm asking. I think it's too big for its attention, or whatever you call it. It's too big for my attention right now. I gotta focus. I had to check the chat. And everything's shit. Everything is a literal shit. Oh wait, never mind. It actually has it between here. Okay, never mind. It should say memory fabric up here though. Maybe that's why I put the line to be like, oh, no, whatever. Or it's like, this is a separate process going on. The line means it's not actually connected, but it is connected. So like, it's not like directly after. It's like, this is also happening at the same time. And then whenever it occurs, this top part flows into this part, and then it runs or whatever maybe. It should still put fabric, you know what, whatever. I don't care anymore. This diagram's not actually that bad. What the fuck is a copy engine? No, I'm not gonna bother. Oh my god, it's got a DMA it? Oh, it's because I threw in the vector table, whatever. I do this thing where I call things trash because they are. So like, the C compiler is absolute garbage, especially Microsoft. So Microsoft has been in business for what, like 40 years? Since they like stole CPM and shit with IBM, or IMB. I mix up IBM and IMB all the time. It's like the same thing. It's like, I don't care about the order of the letters. Like, whatever I say is what I say, even if it's backwards. It's also called dyslexia, whatever. Oh, it makes things way more difficult than they could be.
Compiler limits. The C++ standard recommends limits for various language constructs. The following is a list of cases where the Microsoft C++ compiler does not implement the recommended limits.
So like, I don't care about spelling and all that shit. So like, when I write my code, I don't have to spell things correctly because it's my code. But if I like have to write code that's gonna interact with other people, then I clearly have to like clean up my spelling. But like C++, they're like, hey, we get to make the compiler, and then like if we don't want to like actually make a working compiler, well then fuck that. They can just deal with it because there is a compiler.
C++ standard 256 Microsoft C++ compiler depends on the combination of statements that are nested, but generally between 100 and 110.
They can't even get halfway. That's like if I need to not make dirty jokes. Well, I can, but I probably shouldn't.
Could a record table be used to signal an interrupt of the several kind of interrupts? If the OS were to load up several 10 or 20 or 40 programs to send things over in a massive chunk instead of on a single program by program basis where each fucking program is running the same shit clang compiled garbage all C compilers errors none. Impressive is clang. Microsoft can't even meet the standard and do not tell me the C compiler is not shit. Microsoft can't even meet any of the standard, C++ standard. 256. Microsoft C++ compiler. Depends on the combination of statements that are nested, but generally between 100 and 110. If that was a score grading, like A, B, C, D, E, F, what would 256 total? But only 100 or 10 be grade-wise. Could a vector table be used to signal an interrupt of what either one of the several kind of interrupts to use dependent on the context and state of the CPU? If the OS were to load up several 10 or 20 or 40 programs to send things over in a massive chunk.
I gotta check. I keep forgetting. All right, I'm done. I'll stop monologuing. I gotta get something done. Answer. I don't know. I'm doing like. Yeah. So like, I'm trying to get like a ton of stuff done, and then just completely off topic. Like I'm entirely off topic. Could not be further off topic. Except the topic right now is like the current OS is not acceptable for the developer, the customer, or the fucking hardware manufacturer. It's not. Well, the hardware manufacturer is also part of the problem. There's so many problems in tech. And then in the end, it's always like the customer, developer, artist that gets fucked. I guess they kind of get fucked too because people. Well, you have to buy a new product at some point, so really they don't. By they, I mean like IBM, like Intel, AMD, whatever. Microsoft, Google.
Could a vector table be used to signal an interrupt of what either one of the several kind of interrupts to use dependent on the context and state of the CPU? If the OS were to load up several 10 or 20 or 40 programs to send things over in a massive chunk instead of on a single program by program basis where each fucking program is running the same shit clang compiled garbage all C compilers errors none. Impressive is clang. Microsoft can't even meet the standard and do not tell me the C compiler is not shit. Microsoft can't even meet any of the standard, C++ standard. 256. Microsoft C++ compiler. Depends on the combination of statements that are nested, but generally between 100 and 110. If that was a score grading, like A, B, C, D, E, F, what would 256 total? But only 100 or 10 inches be grade-wise. And if the OS handles 10 or 20 or 40 programs, if the OS was modern like written in 2026. How many more programs would the CPU be able to process at a time also in parallel if it was a time-aware OS, not a retarded virtual memory and real-time irrelevant OS?
So like, I'm like running an OS or whatever, and then I'm trying to like figure out a ton of stuff. That's kind of like the topic, and then someone asked, a friend, whatever, about like paging stuff to like make the AI stuff more efficient wise by using the hard drive, and I'm like asking chatbot to make a diagram of like the process of getting stuff from the CPU RAM into the GPU, and it's this huge process because it's by this company called, not company, it's a working group. Yeah, it's a whatever that means. It basically means a video card monopoly. So like the video card monopoly needs to keep their stuff proprietary because they're also the ones that make the CPU, and they don't make money off the CPU because the CPU is accessible via machine code. So like the instruction set architecture is like out there. You can like write machine code and run it. But with the GPU, it's not like that. So they can like make up waves. They can say like it does like shader stuff. It does compute stuff depending on the stage of the pipeline. They can make up whatever they want. It's all imaginary land. They can make up what is it? Stupid ray tracing and stuff. They can like add lighting, and they'd be like, "Hey, look, we invented ray tracing." But no, ray tracing would have been made 10 years ago if people had access to like the machine code. Except you don't have access to machine code because that's like proprietary. That's for not for you, not for the developer. Even though as a developer you gotta like use this stuff, you gotta like be like, okay, you know what? I don't want to write an operating system, so I'll just use Vulkan, made by the same monopoly that gave me the card. This is not fair. This is bullshit. And it takes someone to make that operating system, and I guess I'm gonna do it. Because I've done like a ton of stuff or whatever, and like I'm just gonna like put everything together, and then yeah, I'm like, I pretend to be humble. I'm faking that. I'm actually really smart, but whatever. But I have dyslexia, so go wonder. I hate everything. I think dyslexia is actually just laziness, because like you read something and your brain goes boop, and then it's like you see the word that's not there because you're being lazy, and your brain just like, that's what it is. It's close enough. And you gotta like look at it and be like, I gotta like focus on this word in the ordering of the letters, otherwise it's gonna like, I'm not gonna read what's there. Whatever word is there is just gonna pop up in my head and be like, alright, that's the word. Even though it's like a completely different word, or the letters are mixed up. So I think, like, I don't know, whatever.
Yes, vector table can select different interrupt handlers based on interrupt type, but it does not make CPU process 40 programs simultaneously. Interrupt side.
Man, simultaneously is a long word. Alright, so like, this is not really a question, I'm just gonna put this in chat, but I think it's something done.
You're lying. CPU process 40 programs simultaneously, if the OS had 40 programs. And it had a real-time aware sample rate dependent total ordering scheme set up for handling 40 programs, then simultaneously fucking all of the 40 programs can be executed in a single operation. We're talking about a totally scalar and fully parallel and highly compressed OS that is aware of all the tech advancements since the 1950s, because IT is not 1950, it's fucking 2026. There is no execute for the OS to be shit. The OS cannot even stream video or audio or guarantee.
If the freaking spell check, I need to delete the spell check library. Every now and then I click and add something as a word in spell check, then it fucks it up. Because then it picks the wrong spelling. And then there's something with Chrome where like when you're typing it auto completes. You know, whatever. And then I'm also missing half the keys because I'm lazy, so yeah.
The OS cannot even stream video or audio or guarantee stable timing for real-time games and shit. It's BS and absolutely pathetic that grown adults cannot make a functional OS that can operate at the same level as the hardware and match the current times with how data is structured and efficiently distributed. It's literally, okay, I'm done. I need to get the parser done to get BAKC to the Vulkan API so I can get the shader program done, then distort the desktop to stream as I work on assembly since I can't show all the code. Then after the JSN9 is converted to 64-bit. I need to get an Intel compute stick to use as development EVAs for writing the OS, and I need to scrape the assembly from my old OS off the floppy, and I had some stuff on a drive. I need to make a stupid program to get that memory to FAT32 I need to get back to the parser, then the Vulkan API is so complex, using it to bootstrap with the OS for graphics after I get a driver to use. But the Intel compute stick does not have Vulkan support or IDK. Figure that out, everything sucks.
So I made like this website maker years ago, and it does the entire Tumblr markup. So like, I read through the Tumblr markup, and then I made it do the same stuff on the back end or whatever. So I read like the specs on the Tumblr markup or whatever. I click build, it builds HTML or it builds Tumblr markup. I click this, I think. Yeah, so like it transpiles between Tumblr markup and HTML, and then I have like a database or whatever where like, yeah. So then if you're gonna sell stuff on the Tumblr store and use a Tumblr markup or use like a website maker, you could use this. You have like several different Tumblr themes, and then like this is like an older, I have a newer version of this. No, it doesn't matter. Like revision control and stuff. And then like, cause there's always like a base theme or whatever, but then you add stuff to it or modify it so it's not the same theme or whatever, cause it's visually different. And then like these go into here for like connecting it to the cascading style sheet, so then individual things can be animated. Except something is fucked up with this because they updated the regex or something, and then it's not parsing strings correctly. So I'll just make like a different one. There's like all these like stupid like extra fields and stuff. So you can pick like post, reblog, post text, post photo, post panorama, and like, yeah, permalink, embedded URL, post ID, blah blah blah. So like the operating system is gonna be like this or whatever. It's gonna be like live text where things are gonna link together. It's gonna be fucking awesome. Drag and drop. So like the Vulkan API is for 3D and shit. So I can like attach all this stuff together, put in the Vulkan API. So like this is like to communicate with other programs or like JavaScript other than HTML. I have like, well, this stuff, whatever, had like IDs for like, so it says like GC, then like an ID. So like I had this stupid table. So like this one's what, like starts with a 4, 2, 32 at the end here, whatever. So like the ID connects it to like JavaScript and shit, so we can like find the div, the freaking element, whatever, by the ID. It isn't CSS attribute, but not really CSS attribute. I guess like HTML element attribute. And then this though is tied to the CSS properties over here. And the CSS properties, they have like this stupid setup where I made like a quote pipeline where I like batch up stuff to send to be updated or whatever. So like if I make like a box, I'm trying to like figure something out, so I'm just talking as I figure it out and like monologuing and whatever. I gotta get something done though. So I put in this box and all this box connected to the HTML properties, and then these also connect to like style sheets. So if I put a style sheet up here somewhere, it's so complicated. This took so long to set up. And then Tumblr like went out of business. Well, I guess they're still in business, except they bought their debt, so they're not really in business. So it'd be a really stupid thing to like do this. And then I'm the only one that can make the Tumblr themes because I'm not gonna give people this whole program. That's just like OpenAI, how they're like, hey, we're the AI, we can't give you the AI, so you can like pay for compute. So I'll just make a whole fucking operating system. and then I'll make it secure from the bottom up, and it solves every single problem. And then anybody can make something and just be protected and be like, hey, I want to sell a product, and then you make it and you sell it, and it's not like people can just view it. Unless, of course, the thing's hacked. Except this operating system is be so fucking complex. Like, yeah, whatever. If you think you could hack the operating system, I wish you the best of luck, and you can go ahead and try. When I get it done, I like encourage you, go ahead and try. Be like, hey, I'm gonna hack this operating system. All right, where's the entry point? And like, think you know how you're gonna figure it out, and it's way more complicated than that. It's be so fucking obfuscated. Oh, it's beautiful. Because normally hacking stuff is like really easy. Except it's not easy when it's like the same monopoly makes the same software, and they go through all these processes and shit to like make sure it's all like hidden behind the scenes, and they have like driver updates on a Windows and they encode them so people on Linux can't get the same stuff like NVIDIA, because otherwise NVIDIA would just make a driver for Linux too. But instead, NVIDIA has deals with like Windows, and they're like, hey, and like Linux can't run this shit, so we're gonna like encrypt our drivers and stuff. So I guess it's like profitability and like money and all that stuff. So I don't know. What do I know? I'm an artist. I'm not a freaking. I'm not a piece of shit. So that's like one box. So like as I move the box, it updates here, whatever, like a quote pipeline, whatever. So like obviously it's not that complicated, and if you know how stuff works, you could probably figure out how this is working. Except the complicated part is the annoying part. It's not that it's complicated. It's that it's really annoying to set up. So like if you have like multiple like boxes or whatever of things to animate, I have like this stupid queue or whatever you want to call it, where like it throws stuff into like this big ass string, because this JavaScript has to be turned into a string to pass it to the CSS. Like this stuff is absolute trash. It is so slow. So on my operating system, I can like dump the string part and just pass the integers straight up, and then like these like animations and shit will like this shit be so fucking fast. All I need is this fucking Vulkan API and then a driver for whatever I'm developing on, and then at some point I'll have to like write for each driver specifically, or like open it up to the community and let people write stuff. Except locking down for security is like it seems like a joke. And Intel and AMD, they all know like their stuff is backdoored as hell hardware wise, and it's really really difficult. I'm trying to figure out a couple things. And I just freaking yeah, this stuff is a joke. It's ridiculous. So if I make my operating system without intentional backdoors, or if I don't intentionally add a 0 day where it's like, hey, I might want to get in later, let me put this, if I don't do that, it's not there. If it's not there, it's not there to be exposed. If I don't add weird modes where the CPU's like at an in-between state and you trigger this, which triggers that, which causes an exception, which changes control flow, which does a reset, which does this, which intentionally does this, and then you can read from the memory, you can write to it, but the writes don't apply, and you use that to test for if something's using that memory. If I don't do any of that stuff, then those things won't be an issue with my OS. Except I gotta deal with all that shit at the OS level. It's absolute bullshit. And people talk about security like they actually mean it, but they're fucking lying. Like, yeah, like there's some new no, it doesn't matter. This is like a I'm on the world's crappiest monitor right now. It's rotated and like I cannot see anything because it's like the viewing angle is so bad. I'm trying to hover and click and the text is too small. Oh, this is difficult. The struggle is real. So it's like a combination of like this like node or DOM, whatever you want to call it, and then like freaking like properties, and then like updating and animating. So like on the Tumblr theme, these posts that got fucked up are like they could be like animated and shit. You know, whatever. This stuff though can port like directly to an operating system. Freaking awesome. I got like, it's a fucking security with a fucking CPU. Like I so much to figure out. It's so annoying. Once I get that stuff figured out, then like I can get like to like converting the stuff over or whatever. So like if this shit clearly runs like this, then as long as I'm capable, obviously, it's gonna run an operating system. So I need graphics. So like, I'm writing stuff for this Vulkan API, and then yeah, that's the graphics, whatever. Just freaking throw it together, attach it, and then there's like shit calculators, like a graphing calculator, whatever. So like a graphing calculator isn't with like 3-4 gig megabytes of like RAM, whatever, or storage, permanent storage. It can't run Vulkan, the data structures, to like express or like not express, to like describe 3D shapes, which are not 3D shapes. It's like a big complex blob of descriptors. So like all those descriptors and stuff. There's no way that's gonna run on a calculator. Except what could run on a calculator is a style sheet. So like a calculator could totally have style sheets and then have like layouts to describe things, and I can make like a back render or whatever that would be kind of like the Vulkan API, but then on CPUs I have actual GPU support or monopolized GPU support. I could like have the OS go with that stuff, or pick the like I'm gonna have to like write some shit to make stuff work for certain things. And they have like a cross-platform OS and make like an API that you can interact with as like the default, where it's like, where if you use this, you're guaranteed cross-platform. Even though HTML kind of sucks and CSS kind of sucks, I can update it and modify it and make it a little bit better, or what I would assume to be better, and then have that as like a base. And then if you wanted, you could like do like Vulkan API or whatever, and then it would have to go through some wrapper, obviously, to like keep the OS safe, and then like it would like lose all the benefits of being batched with the rest of the programs, because security wise, whatever, I don't know, whatever. It'd be like a different concept. It'd be like, if you want to use your own stuff, you can, but then it's like not batched with the rest, but you can do it. And if you want to use the stuff that's batched with the rest, then it's gonna be able to run optimal with the rest of the system. Because if there's like a working system, it's not like fighting the system, but sometimes you want to fight the system and you want to do what you want. So then you can like pick when you want to do what you want, or you could do the system, and there's a choice instead of like, hey, all you get is like to click agree, or you don't get it at all. So I don't know, whatever. I have like so many things to figure out. I also need to get the JavaScript engine done, and then the game engine started and shit. Well, it's already started. I gotta get the parser done, that's what I gotta do.
Yeah. Your model is different from what I answered, you mean?
But you could pump through so many programs all at once, and you could run video, audio, be guaranteed high quality audio. High quality audio, so like the buffer, when it receives audio, it's to be like on time, to be in sync, along with other programs, so all the programs would also be in sync. It just, the CPU would just churn through that data and just run efficient as fuck. instead of like every single program testing what time it is and doing extra subtractions, additions, multiplications, divisions, everything. Well, programs would still use techniques and stuff to do that, but if you could pick a sample rate and you're guaranteed the sample rate, and if it doesn't meet the sample rate, then you get options and like it gives you a warning in the API, whatever. I don't know, whatever.
40 programs. OS analyzes all work. Dart. Total ordering time schedule. Dart. Compresses compatible operations. Dart. One batch dispatch. Dart. Hardware executes many operations concurrently.
Compression is like the biggest thing with performance because the fastest code is no code. Which means that there might still be code there, but it means you didn't have to like make it or you didn't have to like generate it because it's like quote compressed, because compressed means compressed, which means like multiple representations or like multiple uses without having, well, then, you know, whatever. Saying like no code's fast code is like it. It's what's the word? It's nuanced, yeah. Because there has to be code. You know what? I'm not gonna. It's not funny. I'm not gonna do that. Some jokes are really boring, and I'm trying to be boring on purpose. I think I'm done sawing now. I gotta get something done for real.
That can absolutely be designed, but 40 programs execute in one operation only works where hardware exposes enough parallel execution for those operations. CPU SIM DSIMT, GPU compute, DMA engines, IOQs, multiple cores, etc. can make this very real. And yes, batching plus global scheduling plus time-aware execution can remove huge amounts of repeated software overhead. That's a legitimate OS architecture direction. Parser, Vulkan API, shader compiler program, graphics driver, desktop distortion streaming, JS Engine 64-bit, Dart, OS development hardware. No, don't solve entire OS architecture tonight. Now, JVOT, do it now. There are so many other parts to figure out. Now, I have to do it now. There are so many other parts to figure out. I need the whole thing figured out so I can make the whole thing as I'm working on the next little thing of the whole other things of the thing. Right. You need whole system architecture first, then implement one piece at a time, not pass a finished Vulkan figure OS later. Whole OS model, Dart, CPU ISA memory model device model, scheduler allocation DMAC, time model Vulkan drivers, Dart, process model IO model, Dart, runtime JS, Dart, applications. You don't have security and, whatever your diagram, is missing all things I need to pick. Like pick a solution to go with for now, as good enough, until I have the time to dig into a better. Or different, but it depends the fucking hardware and the support. And like fuck. Whatever.
Where did the YouTube chat go? It disappeared. If I'm on Discord, you have my attention. Sorry. I'll be right back. I like how it just throws security in there. It doesn't like.
Why would you just throw security in there? Like how Windows or Linux or Apple just throw in security that is not actual security. The security is tied to the physical hardware and the specific chip and or protocol with the chip and the memory buffer and the fucking MMU and the translation. And the address formation and the size of the address bus and the mode of the CPU and the reset vectors and all that, and you do security as a category. Then make a list that describes the things that are handled with security but not how that security relates to the real world. I do not live in imaginary and, like 90% of the fucking population, I live in the real fucking world, and security is real, fucking physical, not a fucking tile or some update. It's in the design and cooperation with the hardware and Mac ensure the hardware is not set to in between states where it can be compromised.
I need to get something done. Alright, I'm done procrastinating. I gotta figure stuff out later. Sitting here talking to stall is getting boring. this API. I hate it. Freaking Vulkan is garbage. This GPU stuff is bullcrap. I want to like just do like simple GPU stuff. Just like, oh, how complicated could it be? Oh my god, it's so complicated. I gotta set up a whole system. Cause like there's no timing on the GPU. There is. Chip level, but you don't have access to that. Oh, I gotta get something done. I'm gonna find these properties, rename them, and then get like the wrapper calls in place, and then switch it over to the new data structures. So I'm gonna get something done. So like to be like really blunt, because I'm a blunt person, but this text editor is shit, just shit. Like it's not that deep to depth, but it can't keep track of the opening and closing. Right here, this is a block. It doesn't know where the closing one is because it's shit. So since I'm making a block scope parser, I'll be able to prove it's shit because my parser will be able to handle this when this one can't. It's not that difficult. That's a joke. It's so difficult. Because if it wasn't, then Microsoft wouldn't have this thing called limits and they wouldn't make documentation saying, hey, we don't meet the standard. Because it's actually pretty difficult. And these companies, not even Sublime, are like, and that's the tools we use. Welcome to 2026. Can you believe it? It's not 1950s. Sure seems like it. See that it finds the opening and the closing because it's simple. It's very simple to do until it gets complicated, you know. And then it's like it's actually pretty simple. It's not that difficult to make a working piece of shit that people have to use as a tool. I mean, it should be able to find the opening closing. There's seriously, if it can do it here, it should be able to do it here. There's no excuse. It's absolute shit. Absolute garbage. Oh, it's the simplest fucking things that in 2026 should have been covered by now. It should have been done, should have been resolved. The mouse shouldn't disappear when you're hovering over shit. Like seriously, the mouse disappears. The entire fucking operating system is designed around the location of one point on the fucking screen because nobody knows how to make a desktop GUI other than like there's one point and things pop up and they animate when you hover. That's like the creativity since like forever. That's it. It's like Mario. When Mario, the video game, it's like one point and then the map moves around Mario or something, whatever it is. So like games have advanced to 3D. Well, we have like 3D games. We have like multiple things in the game. We have like all this stuff, and then like text editors write programs. Operating systems have desktops. Desktops have a mouse. We have folders. What year is it? It's not 1950s. We've had this shit since for fucking fuck. And like the bare minimum is too much to ask for. And if you did expect it, you don't get it. And if you, because like if you go to the websites, you can like find out that you can't get it because it doesn't exist.
Compiler limits. The C++ standard recommends limits for various language constructs. The following is a list of cases where the Microsoft C++ compiler does not implement the recommended limits.
And this is worse than a text editor not being able to find the opening closing of the scope because it's a piece of shit. This is worse because this is a recursion problem. This means Microsoft is most likely using open source code that they collected or scraped from the internet, and they're using it in their compiler, and they don't know what it calls, but it calls all their stuff, and then the stack builds up, and the stack gets too big, and they probably made the stack bigger to be able to get it to like 100 and 110, because it used to be smaller than that. It was really small. Everything's freaking annoying.
C++ standard 256 Microsoft C++ compiler depends on the combination of statements that are nested, but generally between 100 and 110.
I typed this up earlier and then I forgot to like, whatever, I'll just type it up again. I did something dumb. I have like so many fucking things to figure out.
This C++ standard 256 Microsoft C++ compiler depends on the combination of statements that are nested, but generally between 100 and 110. For a grading system of A, B, C, D, E, F, what would 100 to 110 be out of 256?
I need to get this thing moved inside this object. Just to get it out of the way, and then I can like delete it after. I named the function the same name as argument name, and I gotta undo, man, unless I can like, whatever. This is so boring and annoying. There should be live text, so you change things in one place and updates other places. This is, yeah. If that existed, things would be so much easier. It doesn't exist though, because people can't even manage to write programs that can handle block scope. Because if it was possible for people to write programs that manage block scope, then Sublime Text 2, the most popular text editor out of all text editors that everyone downloads, but they never ask for profit because they know their product is garbage. So they're like, hey, please donate. Or no, you can buy it, but you pay like a shitload of money. This is the same exact kind of block scope. Put a foobar in here. So like this is a block scope here, and it's finding the opening closing. And you see how it's blurry? It's blurry because of Linux blows up the desktop and it gets pixelated. Linux is a whole other thing. At least it's not Windows, but it's not any better. Linux though, instead of like using like vector art or like whatever, vectortizing, whatever you want to call it, instead of like taking the actually the UI, you can't really scale it. The way these fucking fonts are stored, man, everything's shit. It should be able to scale the GPU graphics, so when I zoom in and out, every single thing becomes clearer. Instead, they're like, hey, let's put a little animation if you want it. Not animation, filter. And they put like little lines here to make it look pixelated, instead of like just making it higher resolution when you zoom in, which technically I guess you couldn't do, because these fonts, they go to like a glyph and they're like at a fixed location and a GPU like grabs them as just triangles or some shit. You gotta like put like two triangles together to make a fucking square. This is insane. This is beyond subpar. This is pathetic. Everything is stupid. I just want like a crisp fucking screen. I want to be able to like click and at least see the opening and closing of block scope. So I can be like, oh, this one goes, oh, what, I gotta like, which one does this go to? It's not highlighted. I gotta fucking read it. Yeah. It's not 1950s, it's 2026. Did you know that? I'm pretty sure everything worked in the 1950s because you had like 20 bytes of memory, and it's like, hey, block scope, bump up on. You just like pre-compute every outcome, and then like you'd always know the opening, closing. This shit can go back to the 1950s. This is shit, all shit. It's not even highlighting fucking shit. It's like grabbing the text from the top of the web. Whoever made this GPT, you keep fucking it up. This website gets worse and worse. God. Like they're using, you know what, it doesn't matter. You can't even control F anymore because they're like caching the page and they gotta like load it up because they're offloading it. And then these people are so stupid that, look at this. See how it loads the page? They're physically making the page really tall, so like the space is there, and then they have to like put the things in the space after they offload them. So they have all these empty boxes that take up physical space because they're too stupid to know how to keep track of the mouse position. I mean the scroll bar position, because the scroll bar position is stupid also. This is also stupid. Everything is slop. Like, AI brought the word slop. Everything slop existed before slop was slop. AI just made it obvious. Everything is fucking shit. Oh, it's so stupid. The amount of work it takes to make the page resize and then pop back to the same exact. You gotta like subtract the window height from the fucking like the height of like this fucking box where you type in the GUI, not the GUI, the address. Like the GUI, the physical layout of the browser window affects the dimensions of the HTML when you're getting the fucking elements and the damn properties. This shit is so retarded. Oh my god. I can explain how stupid it is. We got these like new fucking computers and they're wasting time computing the distance of the page width versus the view height. It's like page height and then view height and then there's like another height and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? The computer has to waste all this computation on the dumbest shit. Oh my god. And then developers, we have to sit here and write this shit. Oh, what's the viewport compared to the page height? Who gives a single fuck? Alright, I'm done complaining. I can fix all this shit.
$100 256 equals 39.1%. Microsoft C++ compiler depends on the combination of statements that are nested, but generally between 100 and 110. C++ standard 256. What would 100 to 110 be out of 256? 100 256 equals 39.1%. A equals 90-100%, B equals 80-89%, C equals 70-79%, D equals 60-69%, E equals 50-59%, F equals 50%, 00, 110, 256 39-43% F. Does the fucking developer deserve better? Not just this. The whole fucking compiler. Microsoft has pages dedicated to that they will not fix to meet the expectation of a fucking standard that has not changed in like 40 years. And Microsoft has done nothing other than add the fucking time as a fucking parameter for opening fucking files when reading and writing to the fucking file system. Then they say it's for security. What fucking security? Video games like Valorant spend tons of money to make Ring 0 programs to catch hackers and memory exploits that occur when a program with higher privilege swaps the memory offsets around and shit. The fucking developer and customer are worth for this shit. Need to get my operating system done. And piss everyone off by saying that, because they be like, well, who do you think you will? Laugh my ass off. I'm the one making the OS that won't bend you over and rape your ass because you decided to develop for that platform. And then leak Spotify how Apply took this Spotify theme and used it for iTunes. Like that's what you get for trusting the platform you develop on. What even people like FRFR shit people running the biggest companies. On your core point, yes, developers deserve better tooling and standards compliance, but I would separate 3 claims. Compiler standard compliance, measurable, tested against required standard behavior, developer tooling quality, measurable, compile time, diagnostics, extensions, bugs, missing features, platform power, architectural economic issue, APIs, licensing, distribution, lock-in, policy. If Microsoft documents known C++ implementation limits instead of meeting a required minimum, that is a legitimate criticism when the limit actually violates a required standard guarantee.
I need to make a standard that says like your shit. I'll make like a shit standard. I'll be like, if your compiler doesn't meet 256 nesting, or like there's a bunch of other stuff, but that's like the really easy one. Like this one, this does not affect everyone.
Arguments in one macro invocation, C++ standard. 256, Microsoft C++ compiler using ZC, preprocessor. 127 or using ZC, preprocessor 32767.
Like okay, that one's it, so people might actually run in that one as an issue, but like this one's just stupid.
Characters in a character string literal or wide string literal, after concatenation, C++ standard. 65,536, Microsoft C++ compiler. 65,535 single byte characters, including the null terminator, and 32,767 double byte characters, including the null terminator.
I'm pretty sure that's 4 kilobytes. So Microsoft, the people that make the operating system, they're so pathetic that they gotta stick to page size boundaries because they're too stupid to implement a mechanism so you can get that last byte. Yeah. Otherwise they meet the standard, but they can't because they're too stupid. So I need to make a standard where it's like a I gotta think about it. It doesn't really work because like you know what, whatever. Because like if you don't meet the standard, it means you could like make a list of things you don't meet. But if you make a list of all the things that are not met, then like that's more like guides or like rules or guidelines. That's not really like it's like the you know, whatever. There's no way to like you you could encompass all the things across other similar programs that are not met and then compile them into a list. That I guess that's what it would be. And then like if you have anything that shows up in that list being met, it's being met because it's in the list because it's not being met, if that makes sense. And then you can like whatever, because there's like common things between all of them that they all don't do, kind of like with JavaScript in the ECMA 262. Instead they have like a shared bug list because they can't actually update the fucking browser and they can't make it compliant because C language can't even meet these basic things. Man, this is stupid all the way down. Not even stupid, it's like I don't even, yeah, it's stupid, I guess. It's the best way to put it. Because, like, really, you can't make up a data structure and be like, alright, we're going to meet the standard. Instead, you're like, hey, that last byte's null. We can only make 4 kilobyte page size data allocations because that's what the CPU does. And the CPU tells us, as the operating system, what to do because we're not the operating system. We're just the operating system and we're just slave to the CPU. And what? Or it's like, oh, we're just the operating system. It's the best we can do. What more could you expect? There's no way to like come up with some mechanism so we could keep track of that last null byte because physically, well, actually, you know what? The standard's stupid too. It's all stupid because you could argue the opposite because technically nothing can meet that standard unless the thing has like a bigger page size or you like waste freaking like 8 kilobytes or you make like a different data structure that's not C language. Everything's stupid. C language needs to die.
Is this 4 kilobytes? 65,536.
That's 64 kilobytes? There's no way Microsoft lets you make 64 kilobyte allocations. String ones on the BSS segment. There's no way. I always work with really tiny data structures. Never like the whole thing is a big fucking chunk of memory. Because that's not how programs work. You don't get like fucking 4 gigs. You get all these little bitty pieces and you gotta freaking figure out how to like fragment it and move it around and then you have data and that's a big payload. You don't have, you know, whatever.
This, characters in a character string literal or wide string literal, after concatenation, C++ standard. 65,536, Microsoft C++ compiler. 65,535 single byte characters, including the null terminator, and 32,767 double byte characters, including the null terminator. This part, after concatenation, is Microsoft lying in their non-supported item. Where they don't support, they lie about not supporting it, and this is a nuanced way to actually list the real limit.
If they're lying about what they don't support in their list of what they don't support and they don't support their own lie, oh my god. That'd be hilarious.
No. After concatenation is not itself a lie. It means the standards limit applies to the final string after adjacent string literals have been concatenated. Translation effectively produces AABB. Then the implementation limit question is about that resulting string literal for Microsoft's documented limit. So yes, there is an important nuance. Standard limit, 5,536 characters in character string literal. After concatenation, MSVC documented, 5,535 single byte characters including terminator.
Well, that's still stupid. They clearly made it byte-based and you can figure that out. I thought it was like, whatever. So that means if you're using like wide characters, you're gonna have to fucking type it hexadecimal to be able like, wait, what's the limit on like a hexadecimal based value when not using like literals? Oh wait, no, there is no contradiction. It says this before and then lists both after it. It says single byte and then double byte, and then this is before it. I thought like this was up here and that, whatever. So like, okay, never mind. The whole like character to byte conversion or space that it occupies is stupid. But you can't just like start typing and be like, hey, these need to take up 2 space, these need to take up 1 space of like bytes or whatever. Instead, you gotta make a whole fucking type, and you can't mix it. Well, maybe on a better OS you could do that. Not on this shit. And clearly, an operating system like that would be dynamic, and it would have to be optimized. So that's a big, tall order that nobody's ever met. At least not yet. At least not released yet. The fact that we have C language and everything's stuck to the physical size of like the memory allocations, paging stuff, and all that, and like standards can't even literally be met, but they could. But then it's gonna break the standard because they can't have a double pointer to get to the memory and then like hold the offset. And if they make allocations, they gotta make them even bigger than they would be to make sure that they can fit that last byte and waste a shitload of space. It's just so stupid. Everything's so stupid. This is like a really good question for chatbot.
Can you imagine a world where computers and software and development does not change for like 50 years, where the tooling is stagnant, where there is zero new innovations because things are broken down to the simplest common denominator being a language that has a single magical call stack that satisfies how the CPU was originally designed to operate when it used to have push and pop and was optimized for that, but then things advanced that dumb concept because pushing and popping and stuff for arguments was actually extremely slow ever the function calls are slow. Like imagine a world where people make the same exact shit like over and over, restricted to languages that expose the same tooling and then like the whole system rots from the inside out. As large companies project of what they can make from open source developers like they work for free, but they do. And all that can you imagine a world as such GPT and how wonderful would that world be or extrapolate? It that not wonderful or you tell me, what do I know? Yeah. If that world existed exactly as described, it would be stagnant. Not wonderful, but one distinction matters. Old mechanism exists. Dart. Old mechanism is inherently bad. x86 still has push pop. Function calls still exist. Stacks still have legitimate uses. Modern compilers can also optimize calls, keep arguments in registers, inline functions, eliminate frames, etc. This old mechanism is inherently bad if that is true. Then why does the Windows ckign convention not use any push or pop for argument list one place? List one fucking place in the standard for Windows 11 where they state to use push pop for some calling convention in the Windows documentation. Old mechanism is inherently bad. Then list one fucking place. UGPT shit. List how many fusing Windows 11 calling conventions there are, and one is the one that uses fucking push or pop. Do not fuck with MEGPT, you shit AI. Do not start with a paragraph that means nothing. Answer what I asked. List all the Windows 11 calling conventions. For when floats are passed in, when MMX registers are passed in, when a byte is pasted in, when it's all 4-byte, what calling conventions? List them all. And then at the bottom of the fucking list, put the number of wick of them that fucking use push or fucking pop. Do that. For Windows 11 x64, Microsoft documents these relevant calling conventions. Default x64. Victor call. Dec. St call. Fast call. This call.
Oh my god, is that C++? Oh, that is hilarious. They made a call just for C++. Oh, that's beautiful.
OMG, this what they made a color specifically for fucking object-oriented programming. Like C++ or JavaScript or fucking C#. Hahaha, really? OMFG? That's amazing, and all the rest of all the things they don't do, they do that wonderful. Preserve none. Microsoft explicitly says dec, call, and fast call are ignored aliases of the x64 convention when targeting x64.
What is it? This has nothing to do with what I asked it to do.
Actual x64 default argument registers.
Oh, would you look at that? Yeah, zero are using push pop. This one's not. It's did call, fast call. There's no 0, 0. All totals, and it's like, oh no, it's totally relevant. It's just no, fucking fuck.
For Windows 11 native x64 calling conventions, default x64 0, Victor call 0, Decl 0, St call 0, Fast call 0, This call 0, Preserve none 0. Dart, total 0, push pop argument passing conventions on Windows x64 equals 0.
The fuck does it mean? Oh, it's still relevant to use push pop. Push and pop were slow from the start, and they were enforced because it's fucking stupid. Intel is seriously dumb. They're like, hey, we need to like have like a whole concept called push and pop and have arguments. We're gonna make everyone enforce it, and we're gonna like brainwash people as like a form of advertising to make people think of Intel CPUs because ARM they don't have push and pop, not the same way. It's completely different. And then eventually they're like, you know what? This whole push pop thing, having instructions for it, is not working very well. It's actually really shitty. We'll just let people do move, just like ARM did originally. But they're like, we gotta separate ourselves from the competition and make everyone use push pop. The psychology behind the dumbest things that these companies do is so stupid. They're not even doing it right. I'll show them how to do it. Do it so much better than their shit. They're literally stupid. They look so fucking stupid. I'm gonna make so much money. I'm gonna like protect so many customers, developers, and artists. And then all these like snakes are gonna be starved out. They're not gonna be able to scrape. Well, they can, but they're gonna put in a whole lot of effort. Enough effort where it's like, you know what? We should just like contribute and not being shit. But they can't do that because some companies and some like corporations are so bad that they're just gonna end up out of business. And they're probably gonna end up with a different job outside of tech, probably stealing something else because they're garbage. These companies are shit.
OMG, this what they made a call specifically for fucking object-oriented programming. Like C++ or JavaScript or fucking C#. Hahaha, really? OMFG? That's amazing, and all the rest of all the things they don't do, they do that wonderful. OMG, this or what they made a call specifically for fucking object-oriented programming. Yes, this call exists specifically for C++ member functions on 32-bit x86 MSVC. But one correction, this call, C++ member function calling convention, implicit this past an ECX, remaining arguments typically stack past, ckign stack. It was not created for OOP generally.
Then what was it created for? Like shitty languages that can't even like that don't even work in the first place?
C++ yes, C# no, different managed DABI, JavaScript no. JS Engine defines its own internal calling convention.
Oh, of course it does. Because it uses virtualization in like virtual machine in the stack. Everything's stupid. Everything is so stupid.
Does the C# know? Different managed DABI use it internally, and what is the spec for that calling convention of this, whatever call? Yeah. Yes, with distinction. C# does it use this call internally, normal managed C# methods? No. CLR has its own managed calling convention. C# instance methods still have implicit this reference, but that does not mean MSVC the call ABI. So when using unsafe blocks in C#, it uses Desc and that is considered security. Laugh my fucking ass off so they can pass around this. So many ways to handle things at language level. Having to rely on handling it in such way is whatever.
C sharp. In C sharp, they're always like security this, security that, security, and none of it's secure. And they got the word unsafe in there. You make unsafe blocks because you can't do anything with the secure code. And then the secure code is so fucking slow. Everything's, man.
No unsafe does not mean C# switches to Desc. Desc equals unmanaged W calling convention.
I would not be surprised if it uses this call for other things, because this thing is trying so hard to be like, it's only this one case.
You only get Desc when calling something whose unmanaged W is explicitly specified as Desc. You only get Desc when calling something whose unmanaged W is explicitly specified as Desc, and when not getting Desc, list explicitly what is used then if not, and also example where it is. If not Desc, C# uses one of these, depending on what you're calling. Normal C# method. This C# source managed call CLRJIT managed calling convention, you're not listing the calling convention even. It's the Roslyn complete, or some fucktardery, list specific I shit. C# managed calling convention equals managed, not Desc. ECMA 335 calls it the standard managed calling convention. The CLI uses one uniform virtual calling convention, JIT converts it to the target CPU's native register stack ABI.
What? So, wait, what?
Equals and managed Desc. Microsoft C# documentation explicitly lists managed as the default, and Desc is a separate and managed convention. The next four use an unmanaged calling convention. Each specifies one of the ECMA 335 calling conventions: DEC, call, fast call, or Thesc call. The last declaration uses the unmanaged calling convention, instructing the CLR to pick the default calling convention for the platform. The CLR chooses the calling convention at runtime.
Is the default calling convention this call? That means it's compiled beforehand. If they're using whatever flag to set to say compile this beforehand, not at runtime. Which means it doesn't actually pick at runtime, I guess, based on the compilation. So I would assume that it's going to be this call, but that's not actually the standard calling convention for the CPU. There is no standard. What? Well, there is. I think I think Linux actually does what the CPU says, the specs, and then Microsoft is sticking to the old shit because they can't update it. This thing goes to a virtual table? Oh, that's fucking slow. It goes to a virtual table for everything that's of this call. So like all the slow calls go to the short array, like a short bus. But you put all the slow shit in the same slow shit in a little group, and you get like a short array or some shit. And they got a type called a short, and they got U short, because they're so funny at C#. They're like, hey, let's have a type called a U short for like unsigned short, U short. Isn't that funny? It is so funny to learn C#. It is like, yeah. It's really not funny. It's like, what the fuck? And then the performance, like when you run C#, you write some code, you're like, what? How is this so slow? What's happening? That's called what, like shit language? Like how, I don't understand how it's so slow.
This default calling convention for the platform. The CLR chooses the calling convention at runtime. The default then is this call, and this delegate unmanaged, this call, int, fn, is that a virtual table lookup call, so I'll let this call things go to a table or this that of this call. No. To separate concepts got mixed together. Managed this call.
Because, like, it might not be this call, but I just wanted to say yes or no. But instead, it's like going back and forth and back, and it just will not say yes or no. I need to say and evidence. Oh, it's just gonna go no and leave it at that. It's not. Yeah. This is so annoying. It's like if it doesn't have to be virtual, then it won't be virtual. But no, it's gonna be virtual. That's why it's virtual. This stupid keyboard is dying. The freak! I gotta charge the batteries again. Man, this Mac keyboard is shit. I don't even know. I don't have anything bad open. Okay. Like I don't know what's gonna pop up. Like if I'm on Amazon and like freaking here's your address. I need to like make sure if I'm like on Amazon or something, or like anywhere with like phone number and all that shit, that I don't have it on any of these desktops when I'm streaming. Cause like freaking keyboard keeps it dying, and it's like triggering some command that like freaking like yeah, just merges the desktops. This is stupid. It's not even answering what I asked. doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It made it sound like, oh, they follow what the CPU recommends, and then they don't. They specifically say they're separate, I guess. It's not gonna say it. I want it to just give me a yes or no. Well, now I got more stuff to look up. Yay. I need to add calling conventions to my list of shit to do. I get something done. So I had the program written like this, whatever. Where I have like the global language tables, whatever. Where you pack the language symbol and then the state and stuff to transition it for the transitions of the finite state machine, whatever. And it's like assigned to like a object wrapped enum, and then it enumerates object wrapped enums here, and then locks in length, whatever. Kind of like prototypes in C, where you make a prototype and then it reserves like a single address space for the lookup for that function in C language, unless it's like inlined, but whatever. Well, not inline, like direct or indirect, whoever the fuck call it is. Which it rarely does, because that'd be really slow to like loop through and put every single function call in place. And then compilers are like, hey, yeah, no, totally it gets compiled to like a direct call, or whatever the fuck they say. No, it doesn't. It goes to a fucking table. Lie. And then the compiler, when it optimizes, this shit is like so pathetic. Yeah. I'm gonna finish this point and then I'm gonna get something done. Alright, so like, and then I get to the other point. So like the grammar shit is a bunch of these. So like there's a common relationship between other languages, like C language, Python. There's strings, there's comments, or like JavaScript, whatever. So you could like make a generic structure that has like the common rules and then add to it. But technically, maybe not, whatever. I can only do so much. I'm not gonna like make the world's, I'm not gonna make this really amazing thing and then put it out there for free. Like, I gotta stop adding stuff at some point. I'm already at that point. And then I gotta convert this to C, because no one's gonna use JavaScript. But yes, they will. Except JavaScript's slow. Really slow. And people will use JavaScript, because it's like, yeah. It's so much easier to write than C language, and then like, whatever. And C language does not have performance, there's no point in using C. Because then when you go to C language, it's like, you gotta invest so much work into it, just to like get like shitty C speed. And it's at like C language speeds, and that shit still. I need to get operating system done. So like I wrote the program, so like these are like the whatever tables, language shit, syntax shit, whatever you want to call it. The things that hold the symbols to translate to, not translate, transition the stupid finite state machine. And then these things can hold other things or whatever. That's like what these are, whatever. So I set this up to like take the global things and then merge them into like single local things, and then have 4 separate or 3 separate local things. But then it's not the best to always do that. So sometimes you want some things that are not merged, but some things should be merged, but not all of it. So I was planning like this whole like complicated structure for that. So then like each like outmost container of whatever this is would be like expanded to its own little thing, and then some things are better like cached or whatever, but not all of it. And caching doesn't mean what like V8 says, because like they don't know what caching is. Everybody says cache, or they make something for the cache. They don't know what they're talking about. They literally do not know. They use pointers and say it's like it's an inline. Oh, what is the word? Oh, it doesn't even matter. It's stupid. They call it caching. It's like, no, that's a pointer. That's fetching something that's not a cache. God. And then they put a branch in front of it. You can't put a branch in front of a cache and then say like the cache matters, because it's not a cache. It's a pointer to a thing in the cache, and then you're accessing a thing in the cache that's not cache. The thing's next to it. You're just like making, whatever. So like instead of this, whatever, where it's like separate structures, there's no separate structures. Instead, now there's like global structures. And then I lost all the fucking like, yeah. I'm so annoyed. I really wanted that freaking structuring, but I don't get that. If I want that, I gotta spend way too long in JavaScript. I'm tired of JavaScript. So this is an entirely different structure. There is no like local thing to access anymore. It's literally not there. It's physically gone. So I gotta find those places where it was accessing the physical thing and then make it use a global, except it's also like stacked. I already used all the colors. Do dark blue. So if it's like processing like language, grammar, table, whatever, 2, and then like it stacks. It goes to 3, and then 1, then 4, then 2, whatever. It's like whatever's at the top, whatever language that is. So if like 4 is at the top of the stack, whatever, then like has access the thing that holds the thing that has the top stack. So like the object that has that value or whatever, which would be whatever's holding this. Frame, I guess. Yeah, the frame, whatever the fucking frame is. So it's like frame, stack, top, or whatever, and then if that holds 4. So like this was nicer because like it was like tied to the freaking like whatever the frame was. Like it's actually like, tied to it as part of the data. Well, not the frame, the handle, or whatever. So there's a handle, has a frame, has a stack frame, you know what, whatever. Yeah. So like the old way was nicer because all that is like compact right there, and then things that had to be or were better off not being packed were separate or like shared things. But now everything's global, and it's like just annoying. So like this first part is like globals now instead when accessing it because it doesn't belong to the local thing. It's a global thing. So like find replace and then replace the beginning part and then like a couple other parts because it's like it's a different structure now. But then like picks whatever the correct thing, global thing of the global things to use, whatever. And the whole thing is set up already. To find the stupid grammar, and then it makes a table of the words to find, and then it finds those words every state of the stupid machine. And then when the debug is turned on, it debugs fancy logouts. Where it prints like the step and then the current like traversal of that step because it's like 3-4 steps that does it in like sequence whatever. Where it does like man I don't care to remember. That's not worth recalling. So it's like step like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, but when it's done, I think it skips step 1. It does step 2 and 3, skips 4, loops back up, enters and does 1, and then it breaks or something. Maybe not exactly, but like whatever. And then this stuff could be moved to the GPU for compute stage or whatever. So like it outputs a fancy little list here, so people who don't know how to program, they could like look at it and pick it apart and learn something. So as you use, it's not just like it does something, it's more like a freaking learning thing, whatever. And when I get the OS done, I'll make a bunch of code, and then you can like learn how to do shit. And then it's not like I gotta hide the machine code because it's in the OS, and then anybody that makes stuff, your stuff's protected. So it's like all you gotta do is write the code, and then the machine code's safe. And then you'd be at the mercy of my compiler and how fast it is. Unless you want to write your own operating system, and nobody writes their own operating system. Because if they did, we wouldn't have Windows, we wouldn't have Linux, we wouldn't have Apple or FreeBSD or whatever the fuck Apple is. Because these operating systems are shit. And then again, what do I know? I gotta finish mine. I still gotta rip apart my old one. I wasn't gonna use it. I'm just gonna scrap it and then start over, whatever. Because it's like way more complicated than I thought it was originally. Like originally, I knew it was complicated, but like there's so many other sub services running on the CPU that you gotta like freaking account for. So I gotta like rework my entire concept that I was using for the stupid OS. Because this stuff is garbage, and I'm not gonna make garbage. Everybody knows what garbage is. I make art, not garbage. I can't believe people pay for garbage like Microsoft. That's ridiculous, and they can't even meet the standard. I mean, they're getting paid money. Linux, everyone does it for free. They don't get paid money. And they're closer to meeting the standard than Windows. And then Linux, people that work on Linux have stuff on macOS where you could actually get paid to do something, because when you write the code, if you sell it, you can lock it and say like, don't look at it, and then it can't be looked at. And they'll have like a stupid like standardized whatever where it does tests on a black box, and then if the inputs and outputs are the good or whatever, then that's like, you could say like, I need a program, I need to do this and this and this, and then you make a contract and you put what you need, and if you buy something it doesn't meet it, then it doesn't meet the contract, and there's a physical test that you can run. And then if you sell a product, so like maintenance is a big issue in coding when you switch from one company to the other, because the people that get hired, they don't want to get fired. The people that hire, they always want to get someone cheaper. So then you could hire someone and then fire them and get someone cheaper, but then your stuff will still work. But then you probably won't hire someone cheaper, because when you do that, they're gonna like change everything and then change the standard, because they'll be like, well, we changed how the other guy was doing it, we want to do it this way. And then like, I don't know, there's ways to make it work where you could have like black box design, and then it makes it really, really concrete, because you could like do test cases and whatever to compare like one version to the other, because if you're not going to see the code, you got to be able to know that it works. And then if you can like define and legalize, not legalize technically, but maybe technically, it depends, whatever. But if you make like a contract, it depends on the country or whatever, in the state, and like whatever. But if you make a contract, whatever state you're in, country, contracts are like whatever. Everything's stupid. Nothing's really real. The banking system, all of it, everything's just ridiculous. But if you make a contract or like an honor system with someone and you hope they hold up their end, at least you can have a check, be like, run this, and then it does it or doesn't. And if you do or use something new, you can compare it to the old one, and then like whatever. That could all exist, but it doesn't. It's ridiculous. I need more caffeine. It's like these stupid things, there's places where I have a top grammar, the stack stuff, and then I have to populate the thing and then access it. So populating it is separate from accessing it, because that's after it's been populated. So what I'm going to do first is like find all places it's accessed as not being the top grammar, so like when it's making it, and then get those updated first, and then all that's left will be only places where it's top grammar, and any place where it's not the top grammar is something needs to be updated, because it should always be picking the top grammar. If it's not, then it means it's like old code that wasn't updated to use the top grammar. And then as long as like the top grammar is used, the stupid frame or whatever, it's always going to be relevant to whatever's on top of the stupid language grammar that it's supposed to be using at that time, at that stack point, whatever. So and that's all whatever. So I'm almost freaking done. I'm always almost done. I need more caffeine. I need to stop drinking as much pop. I've already stopped drinking pop, and like, freaking sucks.
If you mean does OpenAI use GPT-AI to help build its own website, very likely yes, in development, but I don't know of public evidence proving GPT wrote specific portions of the production ChatGPT website. Do they know how to make websites? Does OpenAI hire people who know how to make websites, yes or no? List some of the common giveaways or tells that someone who designs a web page does not know how the web browser works because they lack skill. List some of the common giveaways or tells that someone who designs a web page does not know how the web browser works because they lack skill. And OpenAI is worth how much? Does OpenAI hire India off out-of-country workers to abuse and not pay full price, or do they hire Americans who are not capable of making a professional website? Like Obamacare.gov or whatever. They were not real web developers. That was, yay. Yes. There are some pretty strong web developer doesn't understand browser mechanics tells. Okay, so the scroll bar does open a. I currently use empty space in their current web design. That's public. This website is literally public, and it is amateur as fuck. Does open a. I use space at the top of the website to keep the browser at its scroll position. Yes or no? Do they know what Java a script is? Yes or no? Do they not know how to compute the browser height against the window height? Subtract the fucking URL bar. Then figure out the position on the page relative to the height and width of the browser. Well, depending on the browser and how it computes the fucking DPI. And god I deck, literally people make website, and I have, for the fucking vendor specific browser, for each of the fucking browsers, using media queries and shit, the DPI and the pixel width, separate spreadsheets, for the base of the page, to then get predictable offsets and shit. It's complicated to the point that it's like, there needs to be a new browser. My question, does OpenAI hire cheap slave labor from other countries, or do they hire non-skilled Americans who do not know how to compute the position of the scroll bar? Was it because of mobile? Because on mobile the scroll bar is not the same from the top as it is when in portrait mode. Is that what fucks them up? Are they just stupid to figure that out? The website last week, that was a problem, but the fixed it by making the page ever expanding, with nothing above, then loading and offsetting things to that location on the page. Because they don't know how to compute the position that the scroll bar should be at. If they did, then they would not need to have all that white space. And they would have a little animated me note on the right, but they got rid of that, so they are stupid on several levels, not just computing the page height and scroll position so it returns when scrolling and dynamically locating things. They couldn't get the animated right side navigation working, so they opted out and went back to the scroll bar layout, but kept the lazy loading. And fucking idiots, this AI. Could you help them make a working like navigation menu? LMAOL, did you help them? And it was not working, so they cut their losses. OpenAI will be one of the losses that get cut when new monopolies take their place, I would assume, because their AI can't even make them a navigation menu. Laugh my ass off.
Why did I say spread? I meant CSS style sheets. Spreadsheets. Well, like spreads the CSS styling across the freaking media queries and shit. It's so annoying. So I guess I typed spreads. Yeah, like last week there was like this thing on the side, and then like had like little bars on it. Like this whatever. I don't remember if it was like every other line that got bigger, but it's, I think it like the genie effect or whatever, where it gets bigger down here. I think it was like this on the side. So like wherever you were scrolled at, that's when that got bigger on little tabs. It might have been the other way. I don't remember. Is there's no way it's a mix of both. It could have been. Maybe they used like a template and then like they had a mix of both. They didn't pick. But it's like that. You hover over it and then like had like text or whatever. I think. of the different like headers of each question, whatever. We like hovered over it, and then like it's like, oh, this is freaking annoying. And when it's like that, it was the scroll position made sense to like not have white space because like they already like loaded stuff in, but like I think they like opted out because they couldn't get this working. Because it was there, and now it's not. There is nothing on the right hand side, but now when you scroll up, it lazy loads, but it has to keep this white space up here to keep the scroll position because, well, at first it didn't matter because they were dynamically loading it, so like the scroll position gets lost anyways when it's like this. Except now that they went back to the old way, technically they kind of need to keep the scroll position because you can't scroll back up if you can't scroll, because if they shrink the page, it's not there anymore. So I think they were going for like dynamic loading, and then they're like, fuck it, we can't get this fucking menu working, we'll just go back. And then they're like, hey, we need the dynamic loading, it might make the page load better. Even though it doesn't, I don't think it makes a big difference. You still gotta like offset all these fucking divs to the position they're at, so like, really fucking dumb. So like, they cut their losses and like kept the dynamic loading, but like are using like the actual page height as the offset. But then when they were doing it this way, they couldn't figure out like the height of the web page when you're in mobile and when you're in widescreen or whatever, portrait mode. If you're in portrait or widescreen or whatever the fuck it is, like when you flip the screen, it would lose its position. It's like, damn it, you had to freaking like scroll, but then it like scrolled within like this dynamic thing. Not dynamic, dynamically loaded, whatever the fuck it's called. And these people made like AI, but they can't even make a fucking like context menu. Not context menu, what the fuck do you call it? Whatever the fuck it's called. Oh, I hate web design so much. There's like hamburger menu, there's all these fucking different kinds of menus, it's like, fuck. And then it doesn't matter what kind of menu you make, the amount of effort it takes to make, that's why the menus have names. It's like, this stuff is ridiculous. It's straight up ridiculous. But it's too complicated for OpenAI. They don't know how to do it, so they just fucking like opted out. They're like, oh, whoop, and then they kept the dynamic loading. But then they're selling AI, and they're like, hey, we made AI. But like, man, they're so stupid at OpenAI. If it's not stupid, can they not afford it? Because there's tons of people who know how to make navigation menus. Can they not hire someone? Do they not know how to? Or are they getting like cheap slave labor? Cheap slave labor. Freaking idiots. But of course, it can make a website for you. Yeah, of course it can. You'll end up with a broken navigation menu too, and you'll be like, why am I using AI? This shit does not work. They can't even get it to work for themselves. What a world. It's literally unbelievable. Tell people, oh, we made artificial intelligence. It can't even make a navigation menu, and then your employees are too stupid to know how to fucking make it because AI can't do it. What even? And then they wanted to make AI a utility. Are you fucking kidding me? The utility can't even make a functional website navigation menu. And you're gonna call it a utility? That'd be like saying like water's utility. But if water was like, if water had holes in it, if it was like holy water where there's like holes in it, and you drink it and it's like, it's not filling because there's missing pieces of water, you'd be like, this is some shit ass water. Or if it's like just filled with shit, you'd be like, this is some dirty water, I'm not drinking this. But then they're like, hey, we made AI, and like it can't even deliver on the simplest shit. That is so impressive. The fact that they got this far, they're still not making money, but like it's impressive that advertising can like make people think. Oh, that is pretty impressive though. The lie is really impressive.
A specific claim about OpenAI's current page. I cannot honestly answer yes from source inspection alone. I would need to inspect the live page behavior DOM and measure its scroll position implementation. I won't pretend I can infer that from the appearance. What I can establish.
You can't do it anyways.
What I can establish, yes, OpenAI employs serious web engineers. Current postings explicit.
What is serious web engineering? Is serious like professional? Is that a category of what does that mean? Oh, it means vibe coders. Duh.
So they don't know JavaScript equals definitely not supported by the evidence.
Yeah, no, I know JavaScript and they don't know. I don't know the bullshit about JavaScript, but I know JavaScript and they don't know JavaScript. JavaScript has so much shit. I'm not gonna waste my time on that shit. The bare minimum. The people that make this shit, they don't even know that. Because if they did, it'd be working. So if they were actually, truly,
Serious web engineers.
then they'd seriously know how to make a fucking navigation menu on the side. Because that's like, okay, actually in a HTML class or a JavaScript class, I think you make like a top bar navigation menu. You don't make a sidebar. And then it's like a shit CSS one, even though you're in JavaScript class. This would be like maybe like 3 classes in, but like I'm not gonna pay money to go to college for things that are really fucking simple. Oh, college is a waste of money. Unless it's like medical or like it depends, because if you're going to college for medical, you can't just cut people open. But then the government's so fucking corrupt anyways, so I don't know, whatever. Like you could run a hospital out of like a closet, like they do it at like plastic surgery places. It's like they like cut people open and it's like not even a hospital, but then the hospital's nearby, so it's like, hey, it's fine. If anything goes bad, hospital's like next door. Oh, everything's stupid. trying to figure out operating system shit. I think I figured it out. I think I can focus now.
Did OpenAI get rid of the side navigation menu for scrolling because they couldn't get it working yet or no? LOL this. Serious web engineers. The fucking high vibe coders. Lololol. Apparently yes, the right side prompt navigation rail has disappeared for many users. But I cannot establish that OpenAI removed it because they couldn't make it work.
Man, you know what? I'm gonna get some caffeine. Oh, it speaks for itself. These fucking idiots they're artificially intelligent. I am going to take their jobs. Just like they want to take our jobs, I'm taking theirs. And I actually mean it, because I know what I'm doing. I guess I'll find out. How the fuck do you play the bad guy, or like, oh, I'm gonna take everyone's job? You can't even do it because you can't make a working product. What a piece of shit! You look stupid, and then you can't do it. And then, man, this is awesome. I get to like do everything that idiot couldn't do, and I get to do it to Microsoft. The perfect mirror. Oh, fucking awesome. Except like a working mirror. I need to actually get some caffeine. I'm low on energy.
Current reports from August 21st to 22nd, 2026 describe old long chat right side prompt navigation rail. Dart jump directly through conversation. Current rail disappears. Older messages progressively load.
This is literally like there are no. What is it? These are not the drones you're looking for. Like, Rail disappeared. OpenAI couldn't implement it. There is no public OpenAI statement I found saying we couldn't get it to work.
Disappeared and older messages now load progressively, but rail disappeared. OpenAI couldn't implement it. There is no public OpenAI statement I found saying we removed it because it didn't work.
If they could get it working, it would still. It's not here, so they removed it because it didn't work. Yeah. Or not. What do I know? I know I'm gonna take their fucking jobs, OpenAI. Your jobs are gonna be mine. Well, really, I'm just gonna like get the money that you would make because I have a better product than you shitholes. They couldn't make it work. Anyone with a brain. Well, so many people don't have brains, so whatever. I like tagged a bunch of stuff with this, whatever. So I gotta like find that stuff and then turn it back on. And I think some things are missing now. So I gotta find so like this is so boring. The program was like this, whatever, with like different like tables for supergrammars as like packing it up to make like different little groupings tied to the handle. And then now it's like there's no more like local anything, it's just all like packed up in each individual table. So like the access to those resources changed and it's like a different structure. And when I grab like the top of the stack, it's like fetching from like an invisible thing that's not even tied to the handle. So like when it starts up, it has no reference to anything except the handle, which holds the single value of what freaking like language you use. Like it's like HTML or like not like angle brace markup or like square braces, whatever. So like whatever kind that it's tied to is not actually with the handle anymore. The handle is actually pointless at this point. There's no like code inside the handle. It just like assigns a single value to like an object with one thing in it. This is so annoying. I like, yeah. So like whatever value is on a stack. Is the thing that's using, and then accesses global shit, not even tied to it or whatever. It's so confusing. So I think I can almost check this off. I'm just gonna check it off to feel like it's done. It's like the old one made a deep copy of the grammar tables and stuff. Except once I get it into like the parser, I don't use strings again. I keep them like packed away in like whatever blah blah blah. It's not like just a string. Otherwise I would have to like convert it back to like UTF-8 string and then back to the other one and then back and forth and back and forth. So like instead I want to hold like the index that is inside like the IDs or whatever. So I need to make like a deep copy of this stupid freaking thing and then like loop that and then find the fucking key inside of it, but not by the key value or whatever. So it's like a look aside thing of the thing itself. So I call this thing like the func object because it's like funky. And it's not efficient and it's very poorly designed. Like, like the web browser, they call this like, what is it? Inline, freaking, inline something cache. Hot inline caching. But like essentially, they have a list of if else checks. And then every object in JavaScript has a shape. So they dereference the shape. Do you know what dereferencing does? It touches the cache. So they touch the cache, they do a load from the cache, and they do a compare here, and then they compare it against an enumeration. I would assume that this is a literal, not like an actual enum. So it might actually be somewhat efficient, but they use the cache appointed to location in the cache to get the shape from it, compare it, and then they return another pointed location of whatever shape kind it is at the property to access of that thing. So they get the offset of the property. So like if they're all foo, but they're different shapes, then they get a different shape. 42, 43, 45, whatever, but they're all foo, but each of these have a different shape. What a stupid concept. So like foo is like an int32. The even dumber concept is like unsigned incidents, for fuck's sake. Like, there is no such thing on the CPU level. And then JavaScript does the worst thing ever. It carries the fucking type, unsigned or signed, along with the fucking value. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, it's so annoying. So like, and it's slow as fuck. It's so fucking slow, and then it makes all these weird fucking bugs when people don't know that it's unsigned or signed or whatever the fuck it is. Everything's stupid. So like foo is like the third property, second property, and then first property. So these are different shapes. So it's like struct whatever object shape length, and then it's const to say like this is like a lookup. This I kind of forgot C. I fucking hate everything. I could like type C language again, and I'll remember it. So whatever. This might not be exactly right. So then like the shape for 2 is 0 index, 1 index, 2 index, 2 index, whatever. So each of these shapes, different offset. Oh, this is stupid. There's no reason in even using the C compiler for this stuff. This is like, man. Except it loads, I would assume, because I don't think C++ is gonna like actually optimize this to like an immediate or literal value. So I think C++ will like fetch these values. So that's like another load. So like this technique is called like some cache, inline hot cache or something. And they're fetching, getting from the cache, and then they're comparing. Then they have a branch, and then they have a pointer to an offset that's probably not an immediate. It's probably loaded. So that's another cache access. So they're potentially accessing two things to load one cache thing. And then it's like this is an optimization. I'm losing brain cells. Oh my god, these people at Google, man. And then each of these if statements, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm pretty sure, you know what, whatever. It's like, it's the situation when it comes to performance is so bad. It's mind-blowingly terrible. It really could not be any worse. Like, there's no worse way to do this. You have an if check. Those if checks stack up the further down the property it is. And then, it's quite sad actually. It's kind of pathetic. And then they named the technique cache, hot cache inline something. Like, are you people slow or something? Or are you just like fucking liars? Because it can't be both. Or do you think everyone else is slow and then, or does nobody fucking care? That's probably what it is. Just fucking say whatever you want, call whatever you want, access like 2 cache locations, have an if check, possibly multiple if checks depending on how many fucking properties. Oh, so stupid. It's like these keys here, instead of like going through this system, I have like offsets and array, which still go through this system. Can you imagine that? Man. Oh, it's so pathetic. So really making a separate array and like saving these, whatever, and then like not using the keys doesn't really not use that stuff, because it still does it anyways. It's so frustrating. It's literally like, man. It doesn't have to be this way. If they knew how to program, it wouldn't be this way. But no, it's JavaScript. And they go, oh, it's a dynamic language, that's why. No, it's because you people are stupid. Oh, how would I know? Oh, because I made my own engine. And it's so much faster. It's gonna be awesome. I'm just gonna keep saying it's faster because it is. And I'm not gonna like prove it till like, it'll like the operating system, it'll be packed with the OS, and then you can benchmark it. And then people can say how fast it is, because why would I have to say it? It's gonna speak for itself how fast it is. And then, because any like benchmark I give will probably be biased, and then anything I do, someone would say, oh, you like tested the best cases for your engine, but not for, so like, I just, whatever speed people find out it is how fast it is. And they're gonna find out it's so fast. And then when I like get the operating system done, all the optimizations, freaking, I'm not gonna be running Linux. There's gonna be no Windows. There's no kernel. Just be fucking hardware, bare metal, and then like, I guess technically drivers, whoever the fuck you want to call that. Oh, it's gonna be so much faster. Gonna thread it. Gonna freaking like SIMD it, AVX instructions, freaking neon instructions on a freaking arm. Oh, freaking so fast. Oh, these people, man. I'm just gonna take the whole web infrastructure because it's be so much faster. And all the Raspberry Pis, all the like side projects that people have, they'd be like, dude, this thing actually runs on a microprocessor. Why the fuck are we using V8? We gotta like overclock this fucking CPU to fucking get it to run this shit. This thing runs without overclocking. And then nobody's gonna use this shit that they call like, where they use techniques called like hot inline caching, but it's not caching. You can't access the cache twice to load from the cache. That's just fucking retarded. Holy fuck. So like, I'm trying to like avoid that, but it doesn't make a difference anyways, so whatever. Except it expands it to like a new object, and then I gotta get that set up now, I guess. So like, I gotta turn this stuff back on, and then I still have these function wrappers. That's what I'm trying to get done, but like, there's always other little things. I am almost done. It's like, just freaking a couple more pieces, and I can like zip through and be done. But like, the function wrappers, I make the calls now. There's like, there's like things on the stack. There's like on the stack calls, and then there's like before the stack calls, unless that's not really. Maybe I can fake it, make like a like local frame, and then it's using the stack. I think I'm gonna do that. Otherwise, I'm gonna make like two fucking variants of the call, where it like accounts for like when it's on the stack or when it's like local. That might take more work. You know what? Never mind. Now I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna do whatever I do is what I do. I need to do whatever gets done fastest. The rest of this is like finally figured out. Just freaking put it all back together. This is so stupid. So whatever was tagged with this, there's like 99 spots or something. 106. Freaking whatever. I need to focus. Turn all the stuff back on, and I think there's stuff missing though. Because I turned it off because I was deleting stuff. I didn't want to deal with like keeping both up to date. So now I gotta like figure out what got deleted, if it did. And then I hope I didn't delete it. And if I did, I gotta figure out how to like reroute whatever and get it working again. And then it's gonna expand shit to like the new copies of the original object. Because I'm trying to like avoid the string accesses once it's running the parse stuff, because it's not gonna go by string access. But it will technically, but it'd be nice if it didn't. Except these people don't know how to do anything. So yeah, alright, I think, yeah. I'm stalling, I'm trying to figure something out. This is so boring, I think I'm almost done.
What's it called? The cache technique that JavaScript v8 by Chrome used, like inline hot cache that I use on the keys, the object properties that have what's it called, it's inline and has the word cache also in what it's named.
Chatbot is technically not using the same exact. You know what? I don't care. It knows the last conversation about this, and it's like prepared and trying to not answer a certain way, which pisses me off. I want to like, whatever. Maybe it'll trick it into getting to say what it's supposed to say that it said before that it's not saying now. Because it's not very smart. It's almost as dumb as Sam Altman and all the people who made this AI shit, and they think like, oh, it's perfectly fair use to like take everyone's stuff. But then DeepSeek copies their stuff, and then they bitch about it. They complain like, hey, China's copying our AI model. We copied everyone's stuff and scraped and mined their data, and we're still doing it, and we're bitching and complaining. Cause we're stupid. Why else would you like complain when someone does what you're doing to everyone else? What even? Fucking idiots. Oh, the dumbest. They don't go like, oh, that's ironic. Maybe we should stop being dickholes. No, they double down and they get the thing hacking. Like, oh look, AI can hack people. How the fuck is that legal? Oh, it's so stupid. They don't even know what hacking is. At least not yet. Or I don't know. They're so smart. They know everything. They sure don't not know how to make a website and make this little thing work on the side where they had a little navigation thing. They sure don't not know that. I mean, not know that.
Yes. You were remembering inline cache object. Dart hidden class shape. Dart property foo offset 0. V8 can specialize access around the object's map hidden class and cached property location.
I think it is. That's like right from the website. The only thing that's hot is a fucking CPU because like it's burning all this shit and just like wasting CPU cycles. And the cache is like, help me, and it's just like evicting things from the cache. It's like the CPU bus is like freaking dumb. It's like I'm tired of loading shit. It's cache miss after miss after miss and then load after load. It's like the cache doesn't know its own name. It's like, what's my name again? you turn off the browser and it's like, oh yeah, I'm a cache. If you're gonna run JavaScript, there literally is no point in the cache. It has to access let's say there's there's a alright, let's say there's 1 MB of properties to access because it's a really big chunk of code. If you're gonna do one pointer dereference and then possibly a second, well, most likely a second because chatbot made code and it wasn't const, so I doubt the compiler's gonna do anything. So like, if you have to access 8 bytes for like the first access just to compare to see if it says shape, and then you have to load the shape offset inside of it to know where the property's at, and if you have like a megabyte, then you're gonna have to like offload or cache miss, or it's gonna have to evict the first megabyte of things and then evict those to do the next load, and then it's gonna be doing the actual fetch and instead of like evict what it has again to get the last fetch. But that would only happen in like a scenario with like a shitload of properties in a row. Instead, it's worse. There's like code in between, and you know what that code is? That code is more JavaScript. So you got JavaScript between JavaScript between JavaScript, and the cache is like, oh my god. It's like, it's so stupid. And then these idiots, they call it like inlined hot cache. The only thing that's hot is that's probably why it's like inlined and they get the cache all fucking hot. That's probably on purpose. It's not because they're going for the hot code or the hot path. It's because they're like describing with a verb what happens to the cache when they're inlining this fucking trash. You know what? I think there's a bit of humor in that. That might be on purpose. So they're just fucking liars. They're not stupid. That's cool. This doesn't say inline hot cache anywhere. Oh wait, I typed it up. Okay, alright, that makes more sense. But they had the word inline and then hot in there. You know, I'm not gonna try to find it. I don't care. I can't even do Control F anymore because like they unload all the things above. They're not there anymore. Otherwise they like scroll and click to make it load it.
Wow, impressive. V8 can specialize access around the object's map hidden class and cached property location, output an example of what that looks like in C language, like what the JIT compiler the code it produces, that just-in-time compiled code, OMG, how amazing. They are so smart with that compiler. Like really impressive, yup.
I like how it's like, oh, this is just for one property, and then they put like inline cache card, and then they ignore the fact that it's gonna have several branches or branch misses, but like it doesn't work that way because when you miss a branch, you gotta like take a branch. You win some, you lose some, so you gotta take a branch, and taking the branch is slower than the freaking like conditional branch when it's taken. Unless you know what, whatever. So like chatbot is just so fucking intelligent. It's better at lying than it is at making code or like actually making something. It's way better at lying. It actually keeps track of last conversation and it tries to not do it again. So like this time it's like, hey, this time I'm gonna put this up at the top, and then he's not gonna ask about if there's more than one property because this is at the top, which means that there wouldn't be more than one property because there's only one return here. Wow, good job, chatbot. So fucking smart. And then it said, what was it? V8 can specialize access around hidden map and cache. What is it? Is this pulling this from like some like pamphlet? What the fuck is that? And then it outputs the same thing I just gave it.
The important part is obj map cached map dot yes known property layout dot load obj plus offset. Okay, so what's it called? A control flow diagram where it looks like, if true, and stuff. Make this graph look like that, but then also update this graph so that it matches the standard way or conventionalized way to make control flow graphs for software conditions or like tech diagrams. obj.map cached map yes known property layout load obj plus offset.
This isn't what I, no, whatever.
Is the foo offset loaded? Do they use an inline cache to inline and cache that also with a branch the offset to apply, yes or no? Yes, for a monomorphic property access, JIT can effectively cache both. This, embedded as a constant displacement in the generated machine instruction, so the shapes they are known in advance like the JIT compiler. It knows all the possible shapes that will be used correct, then they like precompute all the possible shapes. No. JIT does not know all possible shapes in advance. It learns shapes at runtime and specializes hot code around shapes it has actually observed. V8 can evolve the IC, monomorphic, polymorphic, megamorphic, so the offset can be embedded as a constant, but the set of shapes isn't precomputed globally. So, if it is embedded as a constant and then if later another shape appears, map A foo at 0x20, map B foo at 0x18, map C foo at 0x30 inches, if that shape is modified new things are added to the shape, or if something is deleted from the shape that changes the shape.
when you add to a shape, they make a new shape. Like if you like add a new or append a new property. So maybe they don't need to be kept in sync. It just rotates the count. So I guess technically it might be possible to make it constant. So maybe there's only one cache load to get the next cache thing.
No. There is not a global table of every embedded IC offset. The missing piece equals the shape map itself owns the property layout information conceptually. So that the inline cache then takes what it learned and embeds the fast path information into generated code. It needs to load from the object to compute. Then assign so the Chrome executable has read and write and execute all enabled on the same code segment. That's not very safe. What? No. The generated JIT code does not need its data object memory to be executable. You are mixing code memory and object memory. You said it was an immediate value. That means that it is part of the fucking machine code instruction. If it's not an immediate value, then it will be loaded from some other location and invoke the goddamn cache. So actually, no. The generated JIT code does not need its data object memory to be executable. You are mixing code memory and object memory. Yes. Your distinction is correct. I was conflating where the offset is stored with where the object data is stored.
This thing's so stupid. God damn. Alright, I'm bored. I'm gonna get something done. I'm just a fool. Programming is a fool's errand. Programming is for fools. Now, what do I know? Oh, I love playing stupid.
So the inline cache, I see, that Chrome V8 JavaScript engine uses, for optimization, it takes potentially 2 cache misses to load one cache thing, yes or no, and then if there are several, I see, in a row, talking a fully 100% guaranteed CAHCE miss potentially, each of those branches, because even when not taken, it has to branch, or when taken it has to branch over the not taken. How exactly is that an optimization that is worthy of being called an I see laugh out loud that, like, when they realize what optimization is, my JSN given when it comes out. Like, ha ha ha, OMFG. Optimization potentially a chain of if-else statements always branch either way with at least one cache load, with the guaranteed 2 cache loads when it is a match. Really? You are combining cache miss with memory access and branching. Make that diagram again. There is a branch in there. That's called a branch, and every single load instruction touches the cache. If it is part of the code, then it is with the instruction and is the text segment cache, or sits the data cache, if it's loading from the data cache for the offset, and OFR the property of the object to check the shape against that is 2 cache loads. You are incorrect, and if it is true that Chrome V8 JavaScript engine happens to have the read plus write plus execute flags on the text segment, that would explain how people escape the sandbox so easily to get control and code execution on the user's machine. And if read plus write plus execute are all on for the text segment, is it really worth the exploits that come along with having the text segment as read only and execute, having to load from the cache to compare then load again, with the offset is a 50-50 change, and it's technically the same amount of work as a loop. So yup. Every single load instruction touches the cache. If it is part of the code as machine instruction immediate, then it is with the instruction and is the text segment cache, else it's the data cache, if it's loading from the data cache for the offset. And for the property of the object to check the shape against that is 2 cache loads. You're incorrect, and if it is true that Chrome V8 JavaScript engine happens to have the read plus write plus execute flags on the text segment, that would explain how people escape the sandbox so easily to get control and code execution on the user's machine. And if read plus write plus execute are all on for the text segment, is it really worth the exploits that come along with having the text segment as read? For the text segment, is it really worth the exploits that come along with having the text segment as read only and execute, having to load from the cache to compare then load again, with the offset is a 50-50 chance, meaning that it is using the cache as a cache to get the cached value. That's not how designing code conceptually so that technically it will optimally utilize the caching mechanism fucking works at all, in any way. Nope. And it's technically the same amount of work as a loop. So yup. You're right about one narrow point. A memory operand is a memory access, and its data must come through the CPU cache hierarchy of cacheable. I was too loose saying load cache miss. More precise. But there are 2 different caches involved conceptually. I'm talking physically. This is the real world. The fuck is this involved conceptually? What? Double quote, the map A constant and 0x20 displacement can be inside the instruction encoding. They don't require separate data cache loads. That would mean that the text segment is read plus write plus execute. You said it was not. Actually, or you did not. Way it was not. You did not touch on the subject on purpose.
Who who writes these operating systems? I mean like I mean like man. Thought it's broken, whatever. It can't read this text. Is it because it's bold or some shit? Whatever. Yeah, this stuff's dumb.
You did not touch on the subject on purpose. And so what you know I am alluding to.
Oh wait, allude means to hint. Elude means escape. Okay, so there is a difference. That's stupid.
You did not touch on the subject on purpose. And so what you know I am alluding to you alluding I fuck.
Oh, that is hilarious. It's like you are alluding. Because I'm the one. Wait, what? No, hold on. Alluding is hint. Okay, no, that's the right one.
Yes. You're alluding to this exact issue. Cheat code contains embedded IC data. That data is physically part of executable instruction bytes. JIT must modify those bytes when specialization changes. Therefore some mechanism must exist to write those executable pages. That part is real. But it does not logically imply permanent RWX. So flipping the right flag on executable code is safe because it's temporary. Do you know how slow the C compiler is? The JIT uses the C compiler. Is that not plenty of enough time to leave things in a temporary state to get PWNED or change other events to get PWNED, and then the time that IT is in the right plus executable state is what aims IT possible to get had getting PWND had whatever. Hacked is when IT runs in the write plus execute state literally. IT makes no difference if, but it does not logically imply permanent RWX. Both logically and physically the attack happens when IT is in that temporary RWX state. Prob. ME wrong. No. Embedded constant writable text segment, physical distinction, JIT code page, Dart, bytes of machine inst. No. Temporary RWX is not automatically safe. Your core point is correct. So then IT is logically and then also physically 2 fucking loads. Laugh my ass off. And you are too fucking stupid to prove me wrong, therefore I am correct in this case. No. Temporary RWX is not automatically safe. Your core point is correct. Telling me I'm right, you shit, but then OpenAI will eat my shit when I make something to compete. Product selling to consumer wise. Capitalism, I will make capitalism look good again. Fuck Jenny AITIT. Yes, on your specific point, you're right. If we are talking about IC check, load map compare branch, property load, then there can be 2 data memory accesses on the successful path. So fucking Chrome has an unsafe executable, and they break the norms and make the text segment they are running on. They make it write and execute and they load memory from writable data into the writable executable, because the hidden shape is in writable memory that is read to compute the immediate that will be written to the inline cache. I see. Correct yes or no, and how much worse is that? And the picture gets bigger and bigger the whole fucking broswasser. It's like Candy Island, from that Cartoon Network show Flapjack, but fuxing instead it's Exploit Island. For people looking to send a bad email link to be clicked on by someone grandma, that is literally like looking up pictures of cats and shit. Really Shroom puts granny and old woman to be exploited via the browser and it running in such an unsafe runtime environment. That is literally why the best practices is to not read from memory and write to executable code, and you were too stupid to say that could make it read and read. Only then make it execute only when complete. But that really won't make any difference since it is loading from WHO knows what or where to assign those immediate constant offsets. Okay? Bored of this. This is the dumbest shit ever. The hidden shape is not itself written into the inline cache as writable data. The JIT can use the observed map to store a lookup of a lookup, is to store a lookup made from a lookup. Halty fuck, you're wrong. Fucks improve. A lookup can be made in that context without a fucking lookup, which is literally read fin lookup is reading GPT. The same fucking thing this, until benchmarked. Nobody, including me, knows. Clearly, I will because I benchmarked it, laugh my ass off. And I actually told you how much faster it is like 2-3-ish months ago. Output that number GPT. You can do it. Output it. Find the number LOL. Tell me how fast it is. I literally told you on purpose to ask you to retrieve it eventually. It's been some time. What was the speed? How time faster is it than Chrome? Your points are beyond dumb. I can't even argue against them because there is nothing correct about any of your statements. And I actually told you how much faster it is like 2-3-ish. It's faster than 2-3 times. That is not a hint, but it was more than a month or so ago, months ago. Output that number GPT. You can do it. Output it. Find the number LOL. Tell me how fast it is. I literally told you on purpose to ask you to retrieve it eventually. It's been some time. What was the speed? How time faster is it than Chrome? Nope. 75 faster than V8. That's wrong, eat my dick.
Why is YouTube playing like 3 of the same song in a row? Why? It's not random. I just like picked a song and it's like playing like 4 covers of the same song in a row. Man.
I have an API or data structure to interact with using API like calls with an enum to pick the func, then I pass in the args, and it runs it. I have a frame and a stack, but those are separate from WHN. It accesses a thing to expand and make the two new variants from the SRC thing in the data structure if I have an argument. Let's say it hold the thing to expand into two other things by making deep copies and UN. I need to be careful to make sure that keys are not present in the value of the object. If so, I would need to deep copy the linking or references between objects also, or not NVM. They are global, but the API call to access them. To expand the SRC thing, normally the expanded things leak in all places other than initially. When expanded, they will be accessed off of a frame that hold a layer, or the frame is the layer and has a stack in each. And the top of the stack picks the king thing. Do I format the structuring for the initial access to append to make them have a stack for the sake of it, so it will match the rest of the accesses and cut down on the code and complexity? Or do I have to serve everything? Don't force stack structure onto initial expansion just for symmetry if initial source access is fundamentally different. I want to disagree, but making it symmetry with the rest is more work. But I will disagree with this. If references are globally owned identified, don't deep copy the referenced objects merely because you're deep copying the containing structure. I have IDs. It's not just a deep copy for the sake of a deep copy. Else I would not waste my time making a deep copy for the hell of it. All. initial pick between the initial state or the later state when it involves a whole static global resource array, handle plus frame plus layer plus stack ATR index ATR of smart PTR payload ATR to access length FN, actually, having it access the thing initially. But adding the indirection to match asymmetrically with the later calls is a bad idea, so that though, do I pass in null as the handle argument to indicate that it is the initial entry, or do I pass in a handle that is empty with a property that has a status to indicate that, and do a inline chat? I see. Chrome V8 JS9 optimization lololol. Don't use null if handle has a valid domain. Don't create fake handle state either. Best. Then, access initial direct src access. Access handle frame layer stack ATR index smart PTR payload.
Man. This is JavaScript. And like, oh, the cache is like, it's like, help me, help me. Oh, it's so bad. The caching is bad already, but then this on top of it, fuck.
If you absolutely need one argument, handle equals handle invalid, with handle invalid explicitly reserved for initial access.
It's freaking annoying.
This is too simple. Enum access kind, access initial, access handle, struct access, enum access kind, handle. It's like fnjc apifrac error, handle, jdf fractinu expand sbjt, arguments, and then fnjc apifrac error, handle, jdf fractinu expand obvr, arguments. I don't want to pass in another arg, and there is actually no handle to pass in. Why, I'm asking? But using null as an indicator of it being initial, I'll just make another argv, passed in a bool of 0 or 1, making a separate function group, like egg. Tired of this, converting the whole thing from local expanded things to use all global shared resources. Yeah. In your actual API shape, adding access kind would be unnecessary baggage. You have fnjc apifrac error, handle, jdf fractinu expand sbjt, arguments, and but initial expansion has handle equals none, while later expansion has handle frame layer stack. I'd use a reserved invalid handle. There it is, that's a bad idea, no. I'd use a reserved invalid handle. There it is, that's a bad idea, no. I'd use a reserved invalid handle. The fact that tired of this, converting the whole thing from local is no reason for you to pretend like being tired is more important than correctness. You're a weak MFGPT, a weak ass little beat watch. OpenAI sucks. Correct. My recommendation was bad. All. Correct. My recommendation was bad. No shit. Trying to emotionally manipulate my choices, GPT. Wrong move. Yeah. That was wrong. Your fatigue was context, not a design constraint. I should have evaluated the API semantics only. I'm not actually your fatigue. I just say I'm tired. That does not actually mean I'm tired. I'm complaining. You shall try it sometime. Everyone loves people who complain about how things are more work than they should be. Then they are like, well, then do something about it. So you do. Then they are like, why are you actually doing something about it? Then they be like, what's the point of telling people to do something about it if they complain, to then tell them it's wrong to do anything? What's more annoying, giving fake advice because it's not really advice and they actually are pretending to be positive, or complain because things are shit when the complaint is totally valid. I'm bored of this. You did not answer what I was asking about the human dynamic between humans, about giving motivation to do something when they don't actually mean it. You did not answer what I was asking about the human dynamic between humans, about giving motivation to do something when they don't actually mean it. Because actually they would rather see the other person fail and don't say anything until they find out that they're not actually failing and they have to get a little jab or whatever, since they be all but hurt. That's what I was asking in that last question, and you totally overlooked it. Yeah. You were describing a real social dynamic. Person A complains, this situation sucks. Person B, then do something about it. Actually does. Dart takes action, starts succeeding. B, why are you actually doing that? Dart minimizes it. Jab, criticism, moving goalposts. The contradiction is B's stated message, do something. B's actual preference, don't disrupt status quo. Why happens? Ventilation, request for instruction. A may want acknowledgement, not a solution. Status threat. A succeeding can make B feel comparatively unsuccessful. Identity threat. If B said you should do X, and A actually does X, B may feel exposed if A succeeds. Control. You should do something can be a way to retain social dominance without expecting action. Envy, resentment. A's progress can become evidence that B's own excuses aren't necessary. Moving goalposts. Once A succeeds, B changes criterion so A's success no longer counts. Cheap encouragement. Saying go for it costs B nothing. Supporting the actual undertaking costs something, so the especially nasty version is complaint. Fake motivation. Person acts, person succeeds, motivator feels threatened. Dart, backpedal, jab, minimize. The key distinction. Whatig. A succeeding can make B feel comparatively unsuccessful. G's always about ourselves these days, but not really. Always nothing changes except we always in power. And Google, Microsoft, Impor, IBM, IDFC, whatever the fuck it is, company and biz shit, whatever. I need to get shit done. Power is taken. I'll take it all, lol. New monopolies. Google is crap.
Man, Google literally is crap. The audio's... Wait, no, it's working. No, it's lagging. No, it's... What the fuck is it doing? It's broken.
Put your websites on, and then they sit between the web server that's actually hosting your website and then the users. And they have two common reasons. One is for security of the internet infrastructure. They're a service that, now why I say this is because of an announcement which Google especially relies on for its kind of whole purpose, are about to be blocked by a quarter of the internet, sort of. Now, why I say this is because of an announcement from the company Cloudflare. If you're not familiar,
I need to like start making a list of like the companies that like are actually good and that could take Google's spot. And then not share that list until I'm like whatever, ready, whatever. It's like compete with Google. Because Google needs to go. And like the fact that like Cloudflare has that much power and they're not that bad of a company. And the fact that they're like standing up to Google for the AI shit. I don't know, yeah. This is a good company. This is a company I'd promote. Get like the bad companies out, better companies in. Or not, who knows, what do I know?
they're a very important part of the internet infrastructure. They're a service that you can sign up to and put your websites on, and then they sit between the web server that's actually hosting your website and then the users. And they have two common reasons. One is for security. They have web application firewall. They're not the only I'll get to. And then they're also used for performance improvements and a lot of and the actual server, they can filter things out, certain types of traffic. And they announced that by default, starting on September 15th, they are going to block what are known as, or they're calling, mixed use crawlers from search engine companies that basically use their crawler bots that historically only were used for search engine indexing to show your website on their search engine. They're using those bots now also for AI training. Basically, the whole thing is websites allow these bots because the trade is, okay, they crawl the site and they can index it and then I get the...
But then Google could just like lie about the bot and fucking use it for like AI stuff. So like, it's an attempt though. It's an attempt. You really need like an operating system and like a whole separate setup to really compete. Whenever that happens, I think Google could be fucked. I'm pretty sure lots of companies are like done with their shit. Developers, consumers, who knows. And like Google would like, they literally understand and be like, oh, it's just business. They would totally get it too. Streams at 11 hours, 30 minutes. I gotta end the YouTube one and then I'll be another stream. It's not done till it's done. Oh, I'm choking on water. It's not done till it's done. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm not really tired. No, baby. GPT is like the dumbest shit ever.